So right now, they are not seeing this page.
So, yes, we are starting now. Before we get, I need you to outside now. Have you posted on the video? So, guys, I need you to promise, and I need you all to promise, each and every one of you, take it. This one we are taking. If you want to follow our social media page, for you to do that. Follow our social media page.
Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the AWS Security Summit Niger 22. So excited to be here, and I'm here with one of my good friends, so Mr. Chugo himself. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Hi, guys.
Yeah. So So yeah, how you feeling today? How you feeling today? The day of the first in-person AWS Security Summit in Nigeria. So I can see that the feed is coming in from the hall. I can see that there's a little bit of internet connectivity issues, like what we're thinking could happen
Yeah.
in some of these situations. But again, we'll see. Things get better. So,
Uh,
what's going on today? What's the plan for today, sir?
Yeah, actually, for this event, so I'm very excited about it. I've been waiting for it, and I can't wait to get to meet new people and to share what our community is offering. I wish I could have been there live in Lagos to meet people face to face. But next year, definitely, by God's grace, I'll be there.
Awesome, and I'm sure that everyone is excited to hear that because we'll feel the impact of a big man in the midst of the people.
Yeah, exactly.
so again, just to mention to the audience. So thanks very much for joining us. I can see we have Ataize. I can see we have someone with no name. I can see we have Amarachi joining. So just feel free to put in the chat window where you're joining us from, and we would like to know where you're joining us from. I would like to welcome you to the event. Hello, Hama. So hello, thanks very much for joining us. Okay, so the event again is about to start. So, but before we do that, let's just give you some information about what will be happening. So, before going to far ahead, first of all, we'd like to give a special thanks to our sponsors for this event. So we have AWS that have been a great supporter for the community. So we have the AWS team with Maria and Deble and Veliswa that have been really supportive of what's been going on with the community. Caris Cloud, Blaze Skills, Macintosh, who are providing us with sponsorship for both the venue and also for swag. So we have Ashem and Covenant Technologies, Sim IoT, and Tech for Charity. So I want to say big thanks to all the sponsors that have made the event possible. So we're going to get started very soon. So I'll put the link in the chat window. So as we go live again, there's some internet connectivity issues that I'm seeing from the feed that's coming from the venue. However, if all of that works well and you want to ask questions, you can either use the chat window that you're in YouTube to ask your questions, or if you're going to be asking a question to the speaker in the hall, you can go to the URL that I'm currently putting on in the chat window, so which is bit.ly/AWS security Niger. So go to that shortened URL, and that will take you to a link that you can use to ask your questions to the speakers. Again, hopefully the feed comes through. So other things just to remind everyone of is the code of conduct of the community. So we are a diverse community, and we have people from many backgrounds, many industries, many countries, many cultures. So, and we expect our members to be respectful of each other, to be welcoming, to be friendly, and to be open-minded with community members and also with volunteers that are helping to make things possible. Um, so a big shout out to the organizing team for this event. So we have the community leaders, the graphics team, the hall managers, the registration team, the moderators team, the Sachugo and myself are part of that. And we have the AWS team that are also supporting us. So again, a big shout out to everyone that has made this event possible. So, and also if you're yet to, I'm going to be posting these links in the chat window. So make sure you follow our social media handles. Make sure you follow us on Meetup. We have an amazing set of security study that will be happening right after this event. So if you want to get notified, make sure you follow us, and then you can get notified of that. So, okay, quick information about the agenda for today. So we have our moderators. I can see that again they connected previously, but then the connection got lost. So we're going to try to get the feedback to the venue. But I believe that they're currently going to welcome an introduction. So the first session for today will be delivered by Ademola Sanusi, and it's going to be talking on security best practices with AWS IAM and quiz. Um, and then we have a short break where Sachugo and myself. So if you're wondering why I'm calling Sachugo, you'll know in a few minutes. You can feel the aura of an important person. So that's why I have to respect that and I have to call him Sir. So so that's why I call him Sachugo. So we'll have a break. Then we'll go to the next session where Tayo Fatoki will be talking on compliance as code using AWS config. And then we'll have a third session by Imo Etuk, and Imo will be speaking on protecting and securing AWS accounts with Amazon Guard Duty. We'll have a break in the middle where we come back for a panel discussion on AWS security community in Nigeria and in West Africa, and also career discussion at the end. So if you have any questions regarding how you get started with your security, with the AWS security career, how you get further down the line, make sure that you attend that session. So, Sachugo, what we're going to do now is we're going to play some some videos
Okay.
from the team that have supported us, and we're going to welcome all the delegates to this amazing summit. And
Yeah.
then in the meantime, we're going to see if we can get the feeds to the venue all working.
Perfect.
Anything that you want to say to the people, sir, before we go to the feed?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Nice to have you guys. Like I said, I wish I could have been there, but definitely we'll be having this always. So next year I'll be there live, and I believe we have more things packaged for you guys. Have fun and let's have a pleasant day.
Nice, awesome.
Thank
Hi, AWS Security Group Nigeria. Really excited about your event and really excited about this user group actually came together. It's been amazing to just watch all the things that you've been doing already. This is the first specialist user group in sub-Saharan Africa, so you really are special, and this is really exciting. I'm Velusa Boya. I'm a developer advocate here at AWS. I'm based in Johannesburg, South Africa, and I work with the entire AWS community throughout sub-Saharan Africa. Since joining at the end of 2020, it's just been amazing to see all the amazing things that have been happening throughout the community with all the adoption of AWS and all the communities coming together and sharing Nigeria as our big community. There's just so much happening there already, all the time. Really exciting for us to see. Thank you for inviting us to be a part of your event. Very excited to have you as part of the community. Enjoy. Goodbye.
Hi, I am Tembile Ndlovu, Community Manager for Africa.
Hi, I'm Maria and I lead AWS community programs for Europe, Middle East and Africa.
So as you know, AWS has opened its first office in Nigeria. This is part of our efforts to better serve companies and developers in the region. And of course, as the AWS developer community team, we will support your journey as community leaders within the AWS Security User Group West Africa.
And we want to congratulate David, Imo, Frank and Eli Jamoke for the extraordinary work you've been doing for launching this user group and organizing your first in-person event. In the year that I've been working with communities in this region, this is the biggest first event that I've seen. And I'm really proud and happy that you allow us to be part of this. We're really looking forward to seeing what's next for you and to support you all the way in your journey. So, Amelia,
Have fun!
Yeah, that was awesome, Sachigo. So that's
Yes.
a message
Yeah.
from our supporters. What do you think about that? That's amazing. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, those are two like record-breaking information. So number one, the first specialty AWS community in Africa that'll be hosting an in-person event. And number two, the biggest first event in the EMEA region. I think we have over 400 people that's registered for this event. What do you think about that? That's
Yeah,
amazing, right?
yes, I think it's quite amazing for a newly formed community. Our community is newly formed, and so much traction to draw up people in Nigeria, which is tallies with the time AWS is opened an office in Nigeria, Lagos. So what a quite a coincidence. I mean, good energy, good speed. So I think we're in the right time to get all support, all energy we can get from AWS.
Yeah, that's awesome. And again, the team has really been supportive of this. So again, just to mention to the audience, so once you've joined, if you just put some information in the chat window about your name and where you're joining us from, we'll be happy to welcome you. We're currently again experiencing some internet connectivity issues at the venue. So the feed came in from the venue and then it dropped, and then it came in again and then it dropped. So we're just waiting for the feed to be reconnected back from the venue so we can feed that live to you. So apologies for that, but it's one of the things that's still happening. So we're still waiting for 5G, right? Maybe 5G will be one that's going to help to solve some of these challenges. What do you think? So, so like some of these high-speed internet connectivity challenges.
Well, I think it is what it is, So often 5G here in Europe, is still new. We in Netherlands, we are based Amsterdam. We don't have it yet. So, but I do hear implementation about it in Amsterdam region, for instance.
Yeah.
So Nigeria, you know, all techs start in developed environments, and then it trickle downs later in in the less developed countries around the globe.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting thing that what you mentioned. So because um, actually someone was telling me that I believe it's MTN in Nigeria that already started a test in Lagos for 5G, and
Okay.
they essentially it's not gone around yet, but specific areas they have like tests going on at the moment. But it was recently announced in Kenya, like widely announced in
Yeah.
Kenya, where 5G. So, because I remember like some of the security people that I follow on Twitter, they were sharing
Okay.
their screens showing like 300 meg uploads and downloads, like
Wow.
300 meg upload and download on wireless,
Mhm.
just connecting using their phone. That's and I was like that would definitely have an impact in like the African tech space, because that's been like one of the main limitations so far, right? Is
Exactly.
limitations around like internet connectivity has been one of those things that's really been blocking a lot of um, collaboration, a lot of remote working that could be powered, that sort of like what's being one of the blockers. And hopefully, with things like 5G, hopefully that helps to unlock that
Yeah.
and unblock that.
Yeah. As well, like bandwidth. So, for instance, bandwidth is very crucial for having steady connectivity. So, I do believe that Nigeria, we will get there, Africa, we will get there to match up with the Western world.
Hmm.
So, that's the beauty of technology. And AWS is doing great things, investing heavily in Africa, in Nigeria, where we come from, Nigeria we love, and Nigeria we have given all, even though we're in the diaspora, and we love this country so much. Sir David, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
With your clothing, you said it all.
Okay, so having a look at. So I'm just trying to get. So as we're talking, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get on my phone to see. So let me see if you disconnect. So I'm just trying to get the venue to disconnect and reconnect again. Um, Not in the studio yet. Okay, So while we're again waiting to get the feed from the venue, so Sachugo, this is a community, right?
Yeah.
This is a community of people that are not only passionate about AWS, they're
Mhm.
passionate about security, right? They're passionate about security. And is there any reason why anyone should show an interest in security in the context of West Africa in the current time? Why should I even be interested in security? I hear a lot about development roles and people looking for developers around the world and all the other stuff. Why? Why do I need to get involved in a community like this and get some security knowledge, get some security skills? Why should I do that? Someone is thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, security is very crucial. I mean, everything we do is security. So it's paramount. I mean, if you look at every cloud technology, everything is hinged on security. And that's why we do what we do. So, for instance, the solution offered by AWS is geared towards the benchmark is based on security. Without the security, they can't give value to end customers. So, for you as a tech enthusiast, security is very important in your workplace and in your private place, and how you interact in the digital age. So we are in the digital age. Security, how you present yourself, what you communicate, what you get out of digital connectivities, digital sphere is geared towards security. That's the benchmark. And and it's important looking at the trend where the career is going. No matter where the career goes, any skill set, security comes first, will always be needed. And in the cloud age we are in now, there's no better place to be in this community to learn things on security and everything about it with AWS combined. Yeah.
That's so awesome, sir. So I will we'll carry on with this conversation during the break. So everyone stay with Sir Chugo and myself. We have a lot of amazing conversations coming up. And also if you have questions for us, put your questions in the chat window. Sir Chugo and myself will try to address that. So however, we're going live to the hall now because we have the feed that just came through. So let's go live to the hall and let's see what's going on.
So, at the end of this discussion, I want to learn and apply either you currently using AWS IAM or wish to use AWS IAM. This best practice. So, and this is the agenda that is figured out. Identity overview, identity, what kind of identity we have. Also, we are going to be going through best practices in these three categories when it comes to identity aspiration management, permission management, and tools to guide. We have anyone here that has been compromised, maybe your identity hijacked, your banking app or wallet. Do you have anyone? Most people when it comes to security. Well, well, security is an issue where often at times people get compromised. And I remember first during AWS, I was working with a customer handling like where Amazon is took part of. So after the system was launched on the customer, I realized that this customer let his Amazon goods account out the transaction he gave to them, thereby compromising it. So there are little things when we take for granted, we don't pay attention to. So that's why we're talking about security. So at AWS, security is one always be our top priority. And when it comes to security, we talk about security in terms of shared responsibility model. When we have security on the cloud and security in the cloud. And when it comes to security of the cloud, it has to do with testing, AWS is responsible for that. And that's why we protect our regions and our abilities. And when we come to security in the cloud, you, the customer, is responsible for that. And that's where access control, permission comes. And I'm going to be talking security in the cloud. So when it comes to security, we can't finish subject matter because it's very, very hard and enormous, right? Each one diving is going to be boiling water in the ocean. So we are created like a jump off point for you, where we can pick up and learn essential things when you need AWS Nigeria in the cloud. Are you hear me? So moving to the first slide. So talking of I'll start by defining what an identity or what is the component of an identity. This particular slide is going to be like a bedrock of our conversation today, which is who can access what and who has to do with different kind of users. Users can be human users, and you can have other types, which is the services. Maybe Amazon EC2 is trying to access like our database service. And you can have the can access. So can access has to do with the action you're implementing, permission. It might be read access, it might be write access, you want a particular subject to be able to modify. And what that will be the resources in the way you want the content. What exactly are these people having access? Then moving to the next slide, that's going to be talking about types of identity. Next slide, please. So this falls under identity creation and credential management. What kind of identity do we have? How do we manage our username and password? What are the best practices to which I know some of you might have been doing things but people don't follow standard procedure. We are complacent with the way we do monitoring. But just if to make a statement, what I've seen in the news, getting compromised, the SQL bucket as good as they are, maybe they have more expensive parts and like so I hope you are able to apply some of these things. So for the type of identities we have that access our in terms of AWS office, we have humans, right? And we can have different types of personas, like the business analyst, data analyst, data scientists, and so on and so forth. And we have the other type of identity, which is the workflow. And workflow here has to do with, that's the type of services. As I said earlier, Amazon is instance might be trying to access areas from database. So, how do you manage the identity? What is the best practice which you apply? So, I'll be going to the first type of identity, which has to do with what you can relate with users, humans, developers, so, what do we advise when you are doing this for humans? So, when you try to apply best practice and this regard, we advise you use identity preparation. This basically means using an identity provider to prevent your users. And what does preparation mean? Preparation simply means the system of trust, right? When we have an identity provider, that of them. You can have situations where you're trying to sign up to a new website or you have a community finance or sign up and say you want to sign up with your account or Amazon account. trusting the third party authentication system. Because the third party has already like the app. So, another thing I'm trying to point out is that you can also integrate with your on-premise Microsoft Active Directory. So we kind of flexible in which the way we do it. So generally, the best practice when it comes to this, for you to use identity validation when it comes to human authentication. So, what are the benefits of using, an identity provider for human access? Number one is to centralize the user story. Like having the central repository for all the identity and password, instead of having different silos. On the business side, Akran said, they're leveraging on the third party for this. You don't need to have your own authentication method. So that's all the benefits. Second one is this is password party. Instead of users having different passwords for access multiple AWS accounts, and now have different passwords that if access to applications, we are having different passwords. Password. Sign on, right? Where you go. So that our ability to this is the number of systems. So relating to centralized user store, you need to have different silos without that information. The final point on this is it allows you to automate. So you are not figuring out different authentication methods. That would be that on this slide. So how do we do this in AWS? So how do we do it on AWS on your console? So we have the what we call the IAM identity center. And the IAM identity center is the successor to AWS SSO. We are conversant with our AWS console management. You will know that we used to have what we call the AWS SSO. So now this is the successor to AWS. And we call the IAM identity center. So the IAM identity center allows you to create users in front. And as you can see to the left, you can have your Microsoft Active Directory authentication server you have on your own premise environment. And we adapt them. And once users are on the identity provider, different applications. So basically that's an high level explanation of how AWS IAM is out. So we're talking about two types of identities. What can you remind me, everyone? What is it? Okay. The human and what we do. So, we said the best practice we should apply, when human is to access resources. What's the best practice we should apply for that? Right. So for workloads, it's a different best practice where you're going to apply. So there are some situations where, your server usually Amazon is so instant basically. My just like what I'm not doing that for 5 years. And just
So it looks like we're having internet connectivity issue with the feed that's coming in from the hall. So as you can see that it's trying to come up. So again, apologies for all of this. So it's one of the things that we saw when we did the initial test in terms of the internet connectivity. But again, hopefully, as the day progresses, things get better. Okay, so let's see. So that's Ademola Sanusi. So it's currently speaking on AWS IAM security. So we have the slide, so we can feed you the slide live now also. So let's see if the all is back. So we're waiting for the feed from the hall to connect back. So this is what Ademola is talking about. So talking about AWS IAM, Identity and Access Management. So it's what you're talking about. Again, if you just joined, make sure that you put something in the chat window. Let us know who you are. Okay, so I think the all feed is coming in gradually. Okay, so if you're just joined, make sure you put something in the chat window so we know where you're joining us from, who you are, where you're joining us from. And then I'll go back to the hall once we get the feed clearly. So I'll go back to the hall. Let's do that.
what entity
Okay. So we're going to pause and then we're going to go back to the all. Once we have the feed from the hall back, we're going to go back to the all. But for now, so let's go back to this. So yeah, so that's Adewale Sanusi, who is an AWS security architect in AWS Nigeria, talking about identity and access management. So it's still going on again, and we'll monitor and see what's going on with the feed. So like what we're talking about earlier, Sergio, in terms of like the importance of security in this age,
Yeah.
would you say even if somebody were to be considering another career path, so I'm going to be focusing maybe on infrastructure or I'm going to be focusing on development, right? Low code, no code. Security is not my responsibility. Do I need to even care about what's going on with that? Like, what would you say to that? So, do I even need to learn anything about it? Do I need to pick up some security skills at all?
Yes. So for a developer, you need to pick it up because one, job career prospects, security is always there, and security will always be needed in terms of privately and also in the workplace. So if you want to advance your career, will always seek out a career which is will always be sought after is security. So we are in the cloud age, we're in the digital age. We do everything online, social things, financial things, economic things online. So the demand is there, and security is there. Cybersecurity is always an issue and will always cost money. So companies around the globe spend billions of dollars each year,
Mm,
that on improving their security posture
yeah.
because if there's a problem with security, they pay the penalty in form of ransomware attack, data leakage, all those kind of things.
Mm. That's very that's a very, very interesting point because
Yeah,
many times whenever people hear of security, people think, oh, this is something that's costing the business. But thinking about it in the light of the cloud world, in the light of the AWS world, it's
yeah,
actually an enabler for the business. Because
exactly.
the whole point of this digital economy for Africa, for West Africa, is to help businesses, organizations to tap into this digital economy, right? You have
Yes,
people that are local in West African countries, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in all West African countries that are feeding business live or doing business live with anyone around the world. They need those opportunities to be protected,
yeah,
right?
yes,
So they
yes,
need those opportunities to be protected because if something affects that digital connectivity, like to your point, like the ransomware,
yeah,
that affects the economy, that affects the ability to do business.
exactly.
And
Yeah,
organizations are not just saying it as, oh, this is going to cost me money. They're seeing it as something that I need to protect my investment. If I don't have this, my investment may go to waste later.
exactly. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And that's very interesting. And it's also very interesting in terms of if you look at the stats of like what's going on like in the cloud world. I think that in West Africa we're having more and more people connected directly to the internet and doing business directly, with their local communities, with the wider country, and
yeah,
also with the rest of the world over the internet. So that's becoming more and more important in terms of that. So thanks very much for addressing that question,
yeah.
um, Trigo. So Ononel Bazi says, can you reshare the slide for the meantime? So what I'm going to do actually, Onome, is we're going to be posting all the slides, every single slide for this. We're going to be posting that. So what we'll do is that during one of the breaks, we'll upload that to a shareable location, and then I'm going to share the links, both in Restream here. I'm also going to share it on the community meetup page, so you can be able to follow along with that. Okay, that's very interesting. So, so what about your journey, Sachugo? Like, how did you even get into like your interest in security? What piqued the interest in? Oh, I'm going to start doing something security related to where you actually started to focus more on this area. So what was that like?
Yeah, so basically it came about in my workplace. So often I say I'm a cloud architect, DevOps, and in my workplace, it's always come down to, are we secured? So you're running an enterprise environment in a production environment. Often issues comes up that we need to upgrade things. There's a tech threat here and there in the news. Here in Netherlands, for instance, last year was a lot of ransomware attack. So organizations were hijacked, and they have to pay money for them to recoup the information that was leaked, that was released. So to me, in my workplace, it came about, okay, we need to start doing more and more. The more there's a breakage, the more you have to increase your threat level and then secure, hardening. So that for me personally, and also work why personally is that, okay, for me to go further in my career in tech, which is evolving, I must have security, know it more and improve in it. So that's how it impacted me, and that's how I see it being a value to have in my portfolio, in my arsenal.
Hmm, that's so powerful. That's so powerful in terms of okay, like you begin to see like that from like your organization and where you're connecting from, and how you began to see the importance of security. So if someone is thinking about okay, you're talking about AWS security at this event or at this summit, you're talking about how we can get better security.
Yes.
Do I need to be a hacker? Is that the only part for me? Do I need to be putting on like the hoodie, sitting in a basement somewhere and trying to break into things, or are there a diverse path in this security world? Or is it just I need to go and start learning pen testing and how to hack and how to do some offensive security?
No, I mean, as you know, career, you must have a combination of soft skills, right? So you can. It depends on the nature of your work and career path you want to follow, but everything, the security underlining it. So you need to understand this, how to build application in the cloud and to secure it. You must know that. You must know how to. If you're an architect, you must architect for security. If you're a develop, you must develop things for security purpose in mind, security minded for defense, right? So it's not a must you have to be a pen tester or ethical hacker. Uh, that's a specialization, right? So if you come on a typical organization, they're a division of labor, but then security goes around it. Say you're a cloud engineer, you have to do networking things, you have to set up firewalling, NSG, network security groups, all those kind of things. These are security. But you're developer, you do that. You need to use private IPs, then dot sort of use public IPs. If you're a DevOps person, you have to use like SonarCube, softwares that you have to use to run your code, to secure your code for quality checks. So there's a different areas of security and stuff. Yeah.
Hmm. So there's a diverse path. So if I'm someone that's not really technical, but I have some interest in security, there's still a path for me. So maybe getting involved in things like risk management, for example,
Yes.
which is not necessarily mean that I'm writing codes to break into stuff. I'm studying someone's code. I'm doing reverse engineering to
Yeah.
to identify vulnerabilities. Someone code exactly the UDI, like the ACA and the UDI. So I'm not sure like where that relationship came from. I think it's a lot of it has to do with Hollywood, right? So
Exactly.
Hollywood usually have you seen like some of these Hollywood videos where they're displaying an hacker and you can like no, this is not how it works. So it's like, oh, okay, let me break into that. But there's always someone that knows how to break into anything. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's not how it usually works in practice in the real
In
world,
product,
right?
exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So but yeah, so and then so there's like lots of different tracks that people can follow. Like, project manager, security project,
Yeah.
they need a project manager. There's like the risk management. There are auditors, right?
Editors, yeah.
People that understand compliance or legislative compliance from a governmental perspective, and helping an organization to understand how do we translate this legislative compliance
Yeah.
into our day-to-day business as an organization. So that if someone says, "Oh, you're doing a business with Europe, are you GDPR compliant?" You have the evidence to say, "Yes, we're
Yeah.
aligning, we're storing the data where they should be stored." So that's another path, right? In terms of like being a compliance auditor, that's also like a security path. And there are multiple other like diverse paths that people can take
Yeah.
into the security world. It's very interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Now, for many organizations in the world, it said security is the number one business focus.
Mm.
So, and that's from like a recent numbers that was published. So, security is number one focus. And again, the reason being, many organizations are seeing that this is central to our business.
Mm.
Is absolutely central. I mean, we're not able to enjoy the amazing events that's going on live because of something digital, right? That
Exactly. Yeah.
affected that connectivity, right? So, and that translates into almost every business these days in terms of like that. So organizations are really, really focusing on that. So someone that's looking at AWS security, is there any study path, any certification that AWS has that focuses on security that they could look to start studying for, to start doing? And also, if there's such a certification like that AWS has, do you recommend that people just jump straight into that, or do you recommend that they build themselves on other things before they get there? What would you recommend, right?
Yeah, so I would, I think it depends on the exposure of the individual to AWS cloud or cloud in general, and also to the nature of your job, right? So I'm looking at in the first instance is to first understand the cloud offering, and also understand, say for instance, if you're working with CloudWatch, that's a security tool. You can start with fundamentals, learning using AWS documentation, and also AWS have like associate security certification, and also what do you call it, the professional security certification under their specialty. So they have these specialties. So that will be your end goal, to get to the professional security specialty. But then, if you are, say, you're a developer, first start using the tools. So get used to the tools,
Mm,
because it makes it. Then you can apply security knowledge later on it. Then understand why this security is needed, right?
mm,
Because if you learn security first, for you can't apply it.
mm,
You can't
mm,
apply it. So
mm,
if you're a developer, you're an architect, you can't apply it direct, just like
mm,
something you read theoretically, but then you can't touch it. You can't
mm,
see how that's applied.
mm. That's so powerful. So, essentially, if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, is you cannot secure what you don't understand.
Exactly. Exactly.
So you have to get some foundational knowledge at least
Yes.
to go, okay, I understand, like physical security. If I want to secure, like someone is people that do physical security, they have to understand the layer of the building, how
Yes.
the building, what are the entrances and the exit into this building. I need
Exactly.
that information, even though I'm not the one responsible for designing the building and everything. But I need
Yes.
to be able to understand how the entry and exit works in the
Yes.
building, how
Yeah.
the airflow and all the other stuff works. Just give
Yeah.
me that information, and then what I can then do is I can then start going, oh, if someone has malicious intentions, here is what they could use. They could come in through the window here. Okay, maybe
Yes.
we need some bars on the
Bars.
window.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's a very interesting one. It's so interesting, right? That's very, very common in like in like
Exactly.
I remember I tell you like a story. I remember like my time with my wife, we traveled in a place, and we traveled and we were like in a place in like the US, and one of what so we went and then we stayed in an Airbnb, right? And once we got into like the Airbnb, we were like, okay, this doesn't feel right. And you know how we knew? We looked at the window and we saw bars on the window. We were like,
In US.
normally, yeah, exactly. We were like, normally you won't see bars on the window, but which area are we in that they think they need bars on the window?
Yeah.
And then my wife went online and then found something like the way they said, oh, this was like one of the highest homicide rates.
Wow.
Like, what did we do? How did we end up in this area? And then it was like, okay, we need to be careful how we move. But yeah, one needs an understanding of. So if I'm getting what you're saying, Sachigo, correctly, is you're saying start first, build your AWS knowledge first. Don't
Yes. Yeah.
rush.
Yeah.
What if I have a desire to rush? I want to get into the security stuff. Like I just want to get to security. So you're advising me not to rush? Is that what you're saying?
No, you can rush. So, for instance, if you want to rush, you can first get the basic fundamentals knowledge on AWS. So, AWS has a fundamentals on security certification. Then you can get that, and then start learning like doing labs, demo labs for yourself online. Tutorials and then apply labs on that, so you can build things and then learn it.
Yeah.
That gives you the basic. Then if you find it more interesting to focus on security, then you can go further to get the intermediate knowledge in AWS security, and then to the professional level. Yeah.
Nice. That's a very, very nice learning part for people. So get the fundamentals first. So, Sachugo, now I see the path that I can follow to security. I'm going to start attempting to do self-study. Anytime I attempt to do self-study, I never finish my studies. I get excited to start learning AWS and AWS foundations and AWS security.
Yeah.
And then I get to chapter 2 of a book, I get to video number 3, and I stop. Is there any way for me to be able to progress my knowledge? Is there something that participating in a community like this can help me with?
Yes, so you can try out group study. So often group study helps a lot. It motivates candidates. You learn together. So the knowledge, the energy is there. You learn quicker. You stay engaged to learn together. That helps a lot. Yeah.
And what you said now, again, is just so powerful because you see, like, that's where the community comes in. The community is so important.
Yeah.
So because I'll tell you a story. Tell you a story very quickly of how I came to understand the importance of community. So shout out, I can see Sakofi on the line earlier. So Sakofi also knows about this story. So the company that Sakofi and myself used to work in before, we used to work in a company, but then there was like this person that started, so I think like maybe like a level 2 support team.
Okay.
And this person rose through the ranks of the company, is actually now the CISO of the company, the Chief Information Security Officer. Yeah. So he rose through the ranks from being a level 2 support person to being the Chief Information Security Officer of the company. But one of the things that I noticed about this guy, Sir Chugo, is that he's always in conferences and community events. Okay. And I didn't understand that. I'm like, where is this guy today? Where is he? Where is he today? He's like, oh, he's taking permission to attend this conference and he's at this event. I'm like, this guy event again. Where is this guy 1 month later? Oh, he's taking 2 days to go attend this conference. Like, what in the world is this guy at conferences? And then he just left all of us. And he just went on to another level and then to another level. And then also when he became like a manager, he started implementing that in his teams to where he'll have part of his budget to say, I'll have budget where I will send you to conferences and events. So you can take those time to go to. I'm like, why is this guy so particular about conferences and events? Yeah. And community and getting these people involved in the community and himself being involved in the community. And then I attended my first community event years ago, and then my eyes opened because it's different when you're able to interact with people that are
Yes.
passionate about what you're passionate about,
True.
but you have different perspectives
Yeah.
that can unlock an insight in your mind. For example, I could be trying to study something for the past 2 weeks, and Sachugo describes that thing in one sentence, and I'll go, boom, I get
Boom.
it.
Is all.
But
Yeah.
I was trying, I was reading books, I was watching videos, I could not get it. But there's something about the way that you describe that concept that I go, oh my God, that makes sense to me. And
Yes.
that's one of the things, it's like bringing the wisdom of everyone in the community together and sharing that wisdom with each other.
Yes.
And it's just powerful because, again, it unlocks knowledge, it unlocks motivation, like you said, right? If I'm slacking behind a little bit and Sachugo comes and Sachugo is like, listen, I just got my the next contract on AWS security. I'm
Yeah.
delivering a project worth 100 million,
Yeah.
blah blah blah. I'm going to start buying 15 properties in Ikoyi and all the other stuff. I'm like, oh my God, I need to get on this. I need to get back on this AWS security grind thing. I need to get my study going. I need to do my certification because that's like part of the thing that it unlocks. It's
Is
getting
all.
that around you.
Is all. Yeah.
So when are you going to introduce us to like the properties in Ikoyi and to everything?
So the-
Oh, it's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. Let me see. So, oh, by the way, I was just looking to the venue to see if we're getting a feed from the venue. So we don't have a feed from the venue now. So what we'll do is let's take a 5 minute break. Let's take a
Okay.
5 minute break. So I'll encourage the virtual audience. So again, we're just trying to get the whole connectivity in. But I'll encourage the virtual audience. If you have any questions, any discussions that you'd like Sachugo and myself to address, please put that in the chat window. Put your questions in the chat window. Sachugo and myself would like to hear from you. Would like to understand where you are in your AWS secure. Hey, and look at Sachugo finally showing like his apartment. So finally showing us his apartment. He was trying to hide, his 5-star apartment, but now it's finally sharing that with us. So we'd like to understand where you are in your AWS journey. Are you on the foundational level? Are you on the intermediate level? Are you working towards the expert level? Where are you in your AWS journey? Where are you in your AWS certification journey? Where are you in your AWS security journey? We'd like to hear from you because we'd like to answer your questions and address your questions. But in the meantime, let's take a 5 minute break. When we come back, we'll pick things up and then we'll address any questions that we get. So I can see that Fabaka is already sharing some information about where he is. That's awesome. So we're going to share some information about that. So please make sure you put the information in the chat window, put your questions in the chat window. Let's take a 5 minute break for now.
Perfect. Yeah.
Louisa.
Hello, 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 hello. So, okay, so I think that there's some issues going on with some of the quiz in the centers. I'm just trying to sort that out very quickly. So very quickly, I'm just trying to sort that out, and then we're going to continue. So let's see if we actually have the feed from the venue again.
Exceeding success all through their implementations and professional examinations. And we are committed to creating even more success stories. Our offices are situated here in Nigeria, Kenya, the United States, and the United Kingdom. To know more about our services, kindly visit our website at www.mackintouch.com and
So
follow
just
us
one
at
minute.
Consulting
We'll
on all
sort out a
social
few things.
you can also visit our latest office at 5E at Ikeja Manager Avenue, Agolo Phase 2, or contact us via any of the numbers on the screen. Back in touch consulting, shaping the future together. So, I saw that you were very attentive. Very attentive about what she was saying, or and here we say, Macintosh, our various countries. Listen, I was so serious like, okay, watching out. Oh, the Lagos office is at here. Wow, nice. This is what I listen. Well done. So when we are working on our quiz, we see our all quiz ready. We have a 5 minute break on our agenda. And that break is not for you to sit flat. That break is for you to actually network. And don't network and start saying what is your name. So you come to me and ask me what is your name. I'll tell you to go to the meet up group and check my name. Ask people about your networking. So we have 5 minutes for that. Please let's network guys. Stand up. Stand up and let's praise.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. The woman still have no, it's fine. Yes, yes. Great.
Okay, so I think they're currently on a break. Okay, so um, I think that what we'll do is let's go ahead and see some of the responses that you have in the chat window for us. I can see Prabhakar says, um, I intend to take AWS security exam and January, February, March 2023. So we do have a very exciting news for you, Prabhakar. So for what you're trying to do. So we do have a very interesting um, a very interesting announcement that you may like to follow, but I'll keep that for now. I'll come to talk about AWS Security Specialty Exam and what we have planned. So Faraka again says specialty. So Okpayemi Ogini says, thinking of taking the cloud practitioner exam, not sure on where to move to next and how. Okay, so let's help Okwemi to answer the question. So after doing like the cloud practitioner exam, which is of like foundational level, what would you recommend, Sir Chugo, in terms of where Okwemi can take his or her study next after that?
Yeah. So I think she can proceed to the associate level. So to get like the kind of AWS associate certification,
Yeah.
that gives you kind of a thorough understanding of the high level of cloud solution in AWS. So the solution architect associate certification, because in architecture, so for you to build something in the cloud or to deploy something, application, infra something, you first need to understand the business.
Mm.
The business is is a driver for technology, and technology is an enabler. It facilitates business. So business will always, so you have in an organization, you have the business side and the IT side. The IT is supports business. Business is the one who pays IT. So the crucial point, the value an organization delivers is on the business side. So you need to understand first, why do I want to deploy this? Why do I want to use this AWS technology to why do I want to build this? What value will it give to the business? So the associate solution certification is the next level for you to go. After you understand it, then you can now specialize on, say, for instance, security specialty, DevOps specialty, or developer specialty.
That's awesome, sir. That's awesome. And I'll echo like what Sachiko says, which is personally like I think like the solutions architect associate of AWS, it's a good next level because it gives you a more it doesn't go like well actually it does goes in depth to an extent, but it gives you a much more holistic view of AWS services. Personally, I think that that's a generic certification that other certifications can build on. So, like if you're like developer focused, you can build on top of the solutions architect, to cover development areas. If you're security focused, you can build on top of that to cover security focused areas. So, I agree with that in terms of look at the AWS solutions architect associate level of Miami and see um, if that's of interest to you. I think that can be very interesting. So let's go to Ononel Bazi says foundational. So that's really, really good because again, you have that foundation that you can build on, you're getting the knowledge, you're getting the experience, and then you can build on top of that. So let me share the information that I mentioned earlier for Prabhakar, and also it can be of benefit to everyone. So, Sir Trigo, what exactly is this that we have on the screen here? What's going on here?
Yeah, so this is, yeah, this is quite interesting. There's a good one. So this is our study series we plan to kick off, yeah, from next month. So we have kind of different series of topics in AWS. If you're interested, I encourage you have to join it. So it's a live section where different speakers, as you see it there, uh, showcases knowledge. Here, for instance, for the one on the 12th December from David Akoyede, Sir David. Here we're talking about
I'm not star level. You're the star level.
your underdog.
I'm just Mr. David.
So we're talking about security and entry points on AWS. So for me, I would also have be a speaker on the 19th of December. We'll talk about application security on AWS, and I'll have other presentations in January 10th on data security on AWS. So it's very interesting packaged for different speakers. You will learn a lot. You can ask questions. So with all this you see, that can give you a better feel. So whether you're traditional, new to AWS or advanced, that will give you a better feel. Or you never tried AWS at all, give you a better experience on different things from security, development, networking. We have it all for you to try out. And yeah.
Nice. And that's awesome. So again, that will all be led by members of the community. And one of the things that we're also working on, so this is not promised yet, but it's something that we're working on in the background, is we're working with the AWS team who wants to get the certification vouchers to everyone that can attend 80% or more of these sessions. So if anyone is able to attend 80% or more of those sessions, we want to be able to say, you've gone through this study group together with the rest of the community. We think you're in a very good position to go take that certification exam, crush that certification exam, and get your AWS Security Specialty certification. So again, just stay in touch via the meetup group that I put the link in the chat window. Stay in touch. We'll give you updates on that meetup link, and that way you can go ahead and you can catch up with us. Okay, so let's address another very interesting topic for people in West Africa, people in Nigeria, around their AWS studies, their AWS security studies. So Chugo, not everyone is like you that has, a penthouse that you're staying. Not everyone is buying up properties in Ikoyi. Not everyone, is starting business here, starting business there, moving millions and all, multi-million deals and all that. Not everyone is like that. Some people probably just finished uni, probably still studying in university, or maybe even in high school. They're looking to get on the career ladder. So there's a lot of stuff. Where can I get like some of the free toolings and free toolings that can help me to study? So for example, if I want to practice AWS, we have the free tier. But then if I want to practice some other things, the free tier does not cover me, right? I don't want to wake up one day and see, like, are there avenues for me to get some of these enablements that can help me to study for free, essentially?
Yeah, I mean, you mean to build cloud credit, AWS?
Yes.
Yeah. Voucher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe even something like, I hear that AWS may have some programs like community builder where they may have some benefits that are interesting. So what can you share with me about how to get on some of those programs, how to get some of those benefits, and how to enable myself?
Yeah, so our community, AWS Security Nigeria, we are part of the global AWS community, sponsored by Microsoft, supported by AWS, and highly given resources. So, for instance, one of the resources we get from AWS are like vouchers. So AWS credit, we call it. So that what that means is that we give participants, so like say a credit to build things on AWS for like 5,000 naira. Give you you can deploy things, do a lab, all those kind of things, and then spin up something up and then spin it down, or give you credit to a voucher, or say we are doing like a event. It's kind of event for something like this kind of event. The vouchers we get from AWS, we can share, so you can try it out, but then often it's temporary. There's a time period you have to use it and consume it. After then, it's not available. Alternatively, you can also use what you call pay as you go. So you can swap your credit cards, $10 or $5. You pay for a given set of a voucher, and then you consume it and try things out. Yeah. Also know that some things will remain free in AWS to build things, to try things on the platform. Yeah.
That's very, very interesting. And to add, like what Sachigo said, so some people may not be aware, but AWS has some of these interesting concepts like the AWS Community Builder program. So the AWS Community Builder is if someone shows that they are enthusiastic about sharing knowledge with others. They are enthusiastic about contributing to their community in terms of AWS knowledge and skills and understanding. AWS, if you do that, AWS will actually reward you with something with a program called AWS Community Builder. And as part of that program, you get lots of amazing benefits. Like I'm also an AWS Community Builder, and I'll tell you one of the very interesting benefits that I got that you go really, really good, which is you get access to something called the Cloud Academy, which is access that's paid for by AWS. And with the Cloud Academy, if I'm doing the labs, for example, I don't need to go spin up my own AWS credits to do the labs. Because whenever I want to do any of the labs, like what Sachugo mentioned, I can just click on the link to the lab, and it takes me to an AWS environment that I'm not paying for. And I can go ahead and I can do the lab. And that's paid for. That's one of the benefits that you get as being an AWS community builder. Another thing that you get is you get like about $500 worth of AWS credits.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So you get $500 worth of AWS credit that you can use to practice those things that are not covered in the free tier.
Wow, cool.
So that's one program that I'll highly encourage members of our AWS security community in West Africa get on the program. How do you get on the program? You have to contribute. Like what Sachugo and myself shared with you earlier, we have like a study group. If you don't think you're at the level where you can share knowledge, volunteer to moderate, right? Volunteer to be a moderator, right? And as you build on your knowledge, speak to the leaders of the community, tell them you want to host a session. We have a YouTube channel. You give you the opportunities and the access to host your sessions and share whatever you're learning about AWS and share that with the rest of the community. And also, we also have a publication, which I'll put the link to the publication in the chat window. So we have a publication on Medium, and the publication is an avenue for community members to share their blogs, to share insights in text. So we'll actually make this available to anyone that's interested in the community member. Again, reach out to the community leaders. You can get you writer access to that, and then you can start writing. And once it's reviewed, that gets published, and then you can use that. So again, I highly recommend. I highly recommend that I highly recommend that you get on this program and then and see how that works. Okay, so what we'll do, so I see someone has a question. What we'll do is we address the question. We do have a quiz that we can get for people. So, but someone has a question. But before we do that, actually, there's like the next session I think already started in the hall. So let's see if we can get the hall feedback.
People that you call Google, it's really exciting. I'm going to be talking about compliance and code in the AWS space. Before I go on, I'm going to explain to you that I'll tell you a story. And at the end of the story, I'm going to give you a take home, something you can practice or take to wherever you work. Or you can just come into the class space, something you should keep because you definitely need it when you start getting if I want to be good. So, I'm going to start by asking you 3 questions. Have you ever created any resource in AWS? Maybe it's a resource that is for just this type like here, forget, or even if it's just a user account. Have you ever created any resources without considering the security implications? I have not, so I'm going to do that. It happens to everybody when you start to learn cloud. Your cloud journey is those of the video tutorials that we all watch. They only tell you how to don't tell you what security measures you need to put in place, what additional measures. A common example of this when you create resources in AWS, most people don't have the resources. And when you leave the company or you move to another department, some of those might not understand what was the rationale behind why you created it. But if you have it, you can be able to understand. Yeah. It's a common thing when you start by choosing something without thinking about it. Happens to everyone. The second question I was asked is, have you ever been saddled with the responsibility that you are solely responsible for keeping cloud environment secure? If you've ever been in that situation where somebody says you are going to be responsible for this, and this is a path for somebody that wants to go into cybersecurity, cloud engineering, or DevSecOps. This is a responsibility that you always have. They will tell you that, or they will expect you to come in and make the place safer than it was. And the previous person I was working there, in a safe environment, they expect you to with security in mind. And finally, have you ever gone through the services? If you search the AWS, if you log into the console, if you search, you see different sources, different services that they have there. And sometimes wonder, what are all these services? Yes, you would never touch. And I'll give you an example. If someone that is not planning to do virtual reality at some point, you definitely will not touch the AWS VR suite of solution. Or if you're someone that is not going to satellite, you definitely not be using any of the AWS back or satellite services. But there are some common services that, whether we like it or not, we all will be involved in those services. And if any of these questions are asked, if you have yes to any one of them, then this session is actually for you. And it's going to be a session that we all learn from. It's going to be very interactive. Like I said, I'm going to be giving you 10 slides, and each of my slides have a story attached to it. So, Robert, oh, no, yes. Okay. I actually need to screen up because it's great. Out. Okay. So let's go to the next slide. So what is compliance? I remember my first cloud environment and when I got into that environment, the first time I was very high, I realized that we have some users that have been in that system that have never changed their password. Sorry. So I remember we had users that they never changed their password for 3 years. You see, the data of not rotating your identity along your website. I have been in an environment where they get contractors, and you hear us say contractors a lot. The cloud space, there are staff and there are contractors. And they get contractors' credentials, and when the contract ended, they don't remove the staff credentials. You know, some of these contractors that you don't really remove their credentials started logging into the AWS environment, and they were all producing resources. Now, if you're very conversant with different types of security staff in AWS, you know, T2 micro, T2 small, these guys are not creating any of that. They're creating things that are helpful, large, or old. And at the end of the day, when I joined, like, once in the company. I just told it, and I asked. They said that I should do about it. That is about it. I did you know, these guys pay 200,000 USD per month in the AWS account. It's a very big operation. Yeah, they are not doing what something like that. So the USD, it's not right now. I was baffled. So I asked that why are we spending 200,000 USD? Because the first time I've seen the 60 as my next invoice bill in AWS. And they said, yeah, we're working with some contractors and they made us and everything is working. I still say that's fine. So everything is working. They say yes. I ran the compliance tool, and I figured out that I realized that there are some there's some instances that have been created like since 2020 during COVID or so. And no one has even ever logged into those instances again. And they've been paying since 2020 for this. These are some of the dangers or some of the demerits of giving access to or not sharing or auditing people or activities that happen in your AWS. Now, why do we need compliance as a code? Compliance as a code is a combination of any kind of tool or software programming service like API or software themselves that allows you to give that can help you to prevent text and remediate. You see, when you say something is in compliance as a code, you need to have this three physical elements. It needs to be able to help you prevent, detect, and remediate. And there are lots of tools that are dealt with this. So these tools are very so, sorry, just try to do it. Go back. Yeah. Yeah, so let's begin. So, I was explaining why I'm back to the tool. That's the next slide. Okay, so, like I said, it's a combination of many tools for practice that basically for activities you need to ensure compliance. First one is prevent, detect, and remediate. Anything that you want to do that is called compliance as a code, able to prevent you from doing certain things. For example, if I implement compliance as a code, you might not be able to create an EC2 instance without ES volume created. Or you can do it, and my tool is going to detect and last. Or it can allow you to create a ticket and then send me a notification and then fix the problem. Now, these tools are quite fast. I have used several tools from different third parties. I'm not here to promote any third party. We don't talk about them today. We'll talk about the one that I use. So, please, next slide. Okay, so why do we need compliance as a whole? It simplifies your operations. I remember in that same environment, we have about, I think it's 300 S3 buckets. And in that environment alone, some of those S3 buckets are publicly exposed. Some of them are KMS keys as required by the CIS compliance. And all this I needed to do it one by one. It's really tiring for me to try to save for my previous time. When you can actually have a tool that will show you the account, get everything I need, do it, and then tell you it will really want to get all these things. Because some of those buckets have objects in it. And when I say buckets, for people that are not doing buckets, buckets is like your drive, like the type of file drive. And the files you upload to the file drive will become objects. So AWS calls their own file drive kind of thing. They call it S3 bucket. And the objects inside it are the file like or any kind of thing that you put inside the S3 bucket. So Comprise as a code helps you to simplify how you manage it. It also maintains best practices across the board. If you have 7 AWS environments, and in those AWS accounts, you have 200, that's 297. It's quite cumbersome for you to go into QA account, move into state. Trust me, sometimes you can be on this project like 3 months. But if you want to do this from happening, it's better to go the route of compliance as a code. Finally, it reduces complexity in multi-region. If you have 7 AWS in each of those regions, you have maybe 200 services. That means it's 700 times 2 minus 2 again. It's really, really a lot. And that's why we are doing compliance. What do I have here? About it, you don't need to be a person to implement it. I say this anyway. How the works, what it requires from you, and understand what you want to achieve. If you're able to combine skills to achieve what is the sense requires from you and what you want, like what you need, it's very, very easy to walk you through it. It's the slide to I'll take you through some of those features of AWS. For how you use it, right? If you've been working in an environment and you're looking for somebody that can help you, many of the as far as part of what's driving this is sorry. We do a lot in automation. While being in automation, sometimes we forget the key elements. A lot of things have been done. I'll tell you guys, a lot of things. In the past, when we first started, we want to create an AWS, maybe some resources, EGPT, softness group, EC2. You have to go to the console and then create them one by one. But now there are several automation tools. There are infrastructure as a code tools. There's AWS proprietary infrastructure as a code tool called Cloud Formation. There's a popular one which is vendor agnostic, which is Terraform. And there are other vendors also coming up with their own infrastructure as a code tool. And if you combine all these features together, it makes the work faster. If it takes you 30 minutes to provision some of the things I've mentioned before, infrastructure as a code will not be provisioned there in 2 minutes. And if I'm your employer and I'm seeing that what I'm paying you for and it's taking you 30 minutes to do, there's something you have built for me, and that's in 2 minutes. It's very difficult for you to convince me to still keep you, even though I know that it's not you. Business owners, it's not business owners, it's just business decisions, especially when the company is running at loss. So it's sad. We have colleagues that have been affected, but part of what is driving this thing, there are a lot of factors associated with it. But part of what's driving it is operation. So what the main capabilities of AWS currently? Number one, it's able to do inventory. A lot of people here don't know what they have in AWS. I was was in a meeting with some, and their tech guy was saying, I think we have like 5 EC2 that I asked him how every time somebody creates something, we go somewhere and we to say I am creating something. But why do you manually go that route when there is a tool on AWS called AWS that can track every single item that you have in your AWS account? And not just every single item. Even what will be created in the future can be tracked with AWS. And that's why one of the capabilities. Second one, and store configuration state. When I say configuration state, if you enter provision, I'll be using some of the basic AWS resources that most people know at the time. If you've ever configured an EC2 instance on AWS, by default, the EBS volume, and when I say instance, let me also explain to people that don't know it yet. If you've used virtual machines before for the hypervisor, you would have gotten an image that you use to spin off maybe a browser or maybe an instance or a virtual machine or any kind of app. Now, that virtual machine is what we call EC2 on AWS. And it's very similar to drive connected to it. Hard drive, the laptop can never work, but the computer can never work. It's the same thing that happens. Because the root storage device that you create by people. And by TIS practices, you need to always encrypt your AWS volumes. So when you the configuration state, and if it changes, if you now that you need to encrypt the AWS volume, if you do that, it is going to take that same AWS volume that was not encrypted. You encrypt the AWS volume. Now, because that has changed, AWS config can track the change, and it keeps. If you've been in a situation responsible for the cloud environment, trust me, very important situations. It happens to us right now. Some years ago, many will have just using a password, and the password can be anything we like. Now, some web pages would never allow you to have simple password packets and lowercase. This secret manager, every password that you need to install there. So if you need to sign in, you need to first sign in to the password manager, and the password manager signs in for you into that sense. Now, to keep ahead with security, when we used to use phones, we just unlock your pin. Now, some people have patterns. They can even drop a pattern. And so that, and then he knows that his wife seeing his account and he does not want to buy. I'm not doing it, don't think I'm doing it. Just think that. And then when you do that, they will now put think of conformance pack. There's a book that I would like everybody to go and check. It's called AWS CIS Standards. And it is released by a body called CIS. It's called CIS Benchmarks. They usually release version 1, version 2, version 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. I think it's version 1.4 or 5. It's very difficult for you to keep. You can have like 200 policies that you need to implement. Some of them are value to your organization, or some of them are related to how you guys work, and some of them doesn't relate to your business. But it is constantly increasing. How do you keep tracking of 200 things every time? 3 months time they release another 200, 3 months time they release another 200. It's difficult. AWS has something called conformance pack. The conformance pack helps you to aggregate all these things, and then you just log into AWS. If you want to create something that is related to an S3 bucket, click the conformance pack, type S3 bucket, choose everything related to S3 bucket from a security perspective. Then choose to implement that. And next one. Next one is remediation. A lot of people don't do that. AWS can auto remediate findings. And this is because most times when you find something, you don't trust the system to go and fix it. And it's normal because if you say that my S3 bucket is publicly exposed, and I configure the S3 bucket to be publicly exposed for a certain reason, AWS finds it. AWS system manager automation finds it, or AWS config finds it and reports to system manager automation. System manager automation will say, "Thank you very much for informing me." It's like Nigerian police. You go and meet them, or Gano person, you get one guy they bully me. They'll follow you. Yeah, why you bully him or Gano person? Now, you that you are going to report, you cannot just go anything and say, I mean, it's not what a police is. You support. Same thing, the person they come to meet you support. So it's the same thing that is happening in this conformance pack. Every time it happens, you don't know anything that will happen to your environment when system manager automation takes place. Some people don't have faith because they haven't really configured it properly. So because of that, some people prefer to go and remediate it manually. But if you like automation, go ahead, configure it properly. And then as soon as AWS config reports it, system automation manager will pick it up and instantly help you fix it. Now, if they fix something that you intentionally can be very disastrous. You don't want to implement something that on Saturday morning they are calling the office to say something very cheap. I'll give you one example. When you go to the entrance here today, you try to register through a QR code. That QR code is a static website feeding off an S3 bucket that is protected and CloudFront. Now, if somebody logs into the environment and says, why is this S3 bucket publicly exposed? All S3 buckets are publicly exposed, and they shut it down. Automatically, when you get to this entrance, you will
So looks like network connectivity. uh, striking
Yeah, I
again.
think so.
Yeah. So still waiting for things to again stabilize a little bit. But that's some very interesting information. So um, and again, it's one of those things that we'll be getting better at when it comes to how we host the next summit in terms of getting better internet connectivity, getting better audio feed from the
Yeah.
venue, so we can take that live. So that's something that we'll definitely be looking to improve massively on at the next summit that we have.
Yeah.
So let's see. So we have, but we do have like those. Does seem like a lot of people did show up at the
It's a lot.
venue. What we can see.
It's quite a lot. I love it. I
Yeah.
was like,
And again,
wow.
that just shows that people are interested in learning about cloud, learning about AWS,
I love it.
understanding this ecosystem and how it could be useful in the local context.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think in Nigeria, AWS has the highest users within companies.
Wow.
Yeah, highest users, consumers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that driven mainly like you think because there's been a lot of startups that has really
Yes.
really come
Yes.
out of like like
Yes.
Nigeria and
Yeah.
Africa
Yeah.
in general. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So the AWS offering was so the beauty of AWS cloud was it was developed with the developer in in intention, so not from a business side. So how could a developer, because developers, we want to be free to develop whatever they want as they find fit, try new things, they're crazy, right? So AWS was developed around that. That was the philosophy. For instance, starting from the OS, so Linux OS, you build things in Linux OS, comparison down with Microsoft Azure with Windows. So Microsoft was like, okay, as you know, the window is a product. But then later they realized that the brand Microsoft is much valuable than the product Windows,
Yeah.
the Windows OS. So back to AWS, use Linux, build whatever you want, connect whatever you want, SSL, whatever, everything. So that way it permeated well in the Nigerian environment and it's cheaper. So yes, and a lot of cloud businesses in Nigeria, we are born in the cloud age.
Mm.
And AWS was already there, very cheap, very easy to acquire. And they did a good job with the startup department at AWS.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So I can see that I think we have feedback from the venue. So let's bring that back and see. Is that
With your emails or SMS or any other service that you want. So that's how beautiful AWS it works. Please, next slide. Now, I want to show you guys a demo of how AWS config works. Let's go back to the demo. Go back. Yeah, cool. So I want to show you guys a demo of how AWS config works. I don't know if I'll be able to get a system. Let's time. No more time. Okay, guys, no more time. But I want to give you something. Please go to the next slide. Even if I'm not able to show you a demo, I want to give you something that I will recommend that you snap and keep. I got this from some AWS engineers and some cloud security engineers, and their names are also listed on the screen. So these are common AWS config rules that we need from time. The first one is cloud formation stack drift detection check. Cloud formation is AWS version of infrastructure as a code. If you have somebody to create a resource, after creating a resource, another thing is like, waiting with this. This cannot make sense, Joe. To update what you created, to delete what you've done, and create a new one. There's going to be what we call stack drift when the cloud is about to run on your code pipeline. AWS config rules can help you prevent it. The next one is S3 access prohibited. By default, you don't have any special reason. Your S3 bucket should never be publicly accessible. I work for an organization where the contractors. And not like I'm trying to hit on contractors, but most times, oftentimes, you would find culprits behind these things as contractors because they usually don't have any allegiance to the company. They just work for you for a period and they get paid and they move. Some of these guys stored credentials in S3 buckets. And after building the application, the admin login of the application was stored in an S3 bucket. The S3 bucket was supposed to be for a website, but I guess the developer wanted to quickly upload it somewhere and keep. So he uploaded it and maybe forgot to remove it. That website was eventually hacked and they stole $500,000 from the company. And when it happened, we were shocked because it had happened 4 months after is when we drawn up to $500,000. It's not my fault. It's not which is a service in database that helps you to know who logged in, what they did, and I also recommend that you enable cloud through your database environment. Now me do am, no be me do am, e no go ever happen to you. You see that na me do am, no be me do am, oh God. If it happens to you, and I know a lot of us are starting working remotely for foreign organizations. The last thing you want to do is to be a Nigerian in charge of security, and then na me do am, na me no do am. It's not going to be fun. So it's best you enable this from the beginning, and that's why going back to the S3 bucket, please make sure that S3 bucket is not completely accessible. Then your EC2 instance, if it needs to have a public IP, please consider putting the public IP on the load balancer instead of putting it directly on the EC2 instance. The reason is because or to scale if needed automatically. And if you need to give it a public IP directly, make sure that all the business owners are and they understand what you're and attacking your EC2 instance is like but attacking your load balancer is like the person was except the person is as big as AWS. It's quite impossible for you to pick AWS network. Cloud enabled EC2 yes encryption enabled by default, S3 bucket server-side encryption, VPC default. You see by default, the VPC security group has some things that are open like port 22 for SSH and in some cases maybe port 80 for HTTP. If you know you don't have any application running on those ports, please refrain from using the default VPC. Create a special VPC for yourself, which you know that everything relating to this VPC, I created it. I know the subnets associated with it. I know how many networks are available, which ports are used. That's what you should do. And then certificate expiration check. Some of us use SSL certificates, and in this case, it's called ACM certificate. Make sure that your ACM certificate expiration check configured on CloudTrail, so that when your certificate is about to expire, I don't know if some of us have experienced this. There are some websites you will visit, it will tell you page not secure, and then you have to click advance and it will ask you want to proceed, and then you say you proceed. Sometimes it's not that the website is not secure, it's just that the ACM certificate has expired. So if you want your certificate to expire, and then people calling you to say, "Oh, I want to buy market for your website," I mean, you don't do your own. So avoid all that. Make sure that you go CloudTrail for the AWS company to help you track and notify you. And then finally, I'm going to talk about access keys. I spoke about giving people credentials, making their password last for 300 days. Please don't do that. I would recommend that you rotate your IAM keys at least every 90 days, minimum. Make it every 90 days. I know some organizations that make theirs 45 days, but please make it rotated every 90 days. Don't keep your keys valid for longer than 90 days. Make it a practice for yourself. Don't even do it for your organization. When you make it a practice for yourself, you can easily, replicate it to your organization. And then the IAM users or use credential check, which is the final one. There are sometimes some people you give them AWS account, they will never log in. I know some people that have never logged in one AWS account since 2020, and their account is still there. If somebody is not using your AWS account, please get informed. And then, I think this is the end of the slide. Thank you very much, everybody. See you sometime.
All right. Thank you so much, Tayo, for that wonderful session. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, if you can hear me at the back, say thank you, Tayo. Okay. All right. So now that all gotten water to cool down our temper, let's get back to Kahoot. So we are going to have two quiz or quizzes. English teachers, please. Quizzes. Two quizzes. So let me know when you're in, guys. Kahoot.it, and that's the game pin singing red phone and now wow. Taiwo, my Omoduabi.
You guys are really serious about this.
Okay. Are you all in?
Is everyone in already?
Please 999. Before we start saying 419.
And 666.
70 people. And are you all still trying to get in? Who is still trying to get in? If you don't have network to get in, you can meet our Can we please start? Can we start?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Question 1. All questions are for 1 minute. Fastest finger.
We have rules for this game. Please answer your question. You cannot twice.
Only once.
So if you're a winner on this round, our advice, don't try the next round.
The next one.
So
Next.
next, can you take a screenshot of this? Cow, this cow. ID. Okay. Tolu Wanshe. Yes, that's Tolu there. You know, this thing. Who is this thing? Who is this thing? See. So I'll be can you take a screenshot? Media team, please take a screenshot. So the first 5 people, you guys are going to be getting prizes, vouchers. But for cow, who is number 1, will be getting AWS.
This question number 2. For those who can see, question number 2, which information does not exist in an high-end user report? Option 1, the last time when the password was changed for an high-end user. Option 2, the last time an IAM role was used as the role name. Option 3, the last time when an access key was repeated for an IAM user. Option 4, the last time that an access key of an IAM user was used.
So the answer is the last time that an IAM role was used and the role name.
Question number 3. The language function is SQL queries and stores metadata in a DynamoDB table. How should it be given access to DynamoDB? Option 1, an IAM user will permissions to write to DynamoDB. Option 2, a PPC endpoint for DynamoDB in a PPC. Option 3, a resource policy with permissions to write to the DynamoDB table. Option 4, an IAM to write to the DB table. Question 4. AWS organization. Next question. And the last question. Who is promised? But also maybe collected it. But you know, no making the game. Allow other people to. Okay, this is an interesting question. This is an interesting question. They say you're not transparent. Okay, and the winner is Omoluabi. Kindly stand up for recognition. So, Eminati, Dr. Omoluabi. Okay. So the first three, Eminati, can you signify that? Okay, Dr. Yeah, Omoluabi. These two people are going to they are sitting beside you. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations, guys.
Oh, that was awesome. That was awesome. So I think we've had six well, six prizes given out already. So
Yeah.
we've had two AWS security exam vouchers. That is worth about $300 these days. So a full security exam voucher given to two winners already, and also two $50 AWS credits given to two other winners, and two $25 AWS credits given to two other winners. And still to be won today, they still have another quiz to go. So they still have another quiz in terms of, so we still have like the upcoming speaker,
Yeah.
Imo Etuk, that will be speaking. So then they have another quiz, which will be another person is going to win an AWS security exam voucher. Another person will win a $50 credit voucher. Another person will win a $25 voucher. But that's not all. There's very interesting stuff that's coming up. So after the panel discussion
Yeah.
and after the career discussion by Ejiro Aremu, then we're going to have a raffle draw for the first 50 people that arrived at the venue. And
Wow.
again, two people are going to win two AWS $50 credit voucher, and two people are going to win two $25 AWS credit voucher. There's a lot
Wow.
of gifts. There's a lot of prizes going around.
Wow. That's impressive. That's
Yeah.
something.
So big thanks to the AWS team for making this possible. Thanks for them supporting our community to make this possible.
Yeah.
So we're going to have like a bit of more conversations here, and then we're going to take a break because I believe that they should be planning to go for lunch also at the venue. Again, that's one of the other things that we can only see, but we may not be able to participate. So
In the lunch.
yeah, I think that they will be having refreshments and networking. Actually, I think I can see that people are already having refreshment and networking already.
Exactly.
Satrugo,
Maybe is
Yeah.
allowed to come on, guys.
okay. I think they're showing something.
Yes, they're showing
Let's
something.
see.
491-4374.
Oh, okay. There's another.
That's a
I think
draw.
there's another quiz. Oh, I think
Yeah.
they're doing all the quizzes now. So I think that there's another quiz.
Oluwaseyi, you can do it. Oh yeah.
Oh wow, they have another quiz now.
Well, that's a lot of turnout to have there.
Yeah. And I can see that people are really serious about answering the questions and getting
Yes,
getting
yes.
the
Everyone on the phone.
yeah. Nice. Okay. So while they're going through another quiz to win like some of the prizes, um, in the main venue. So we'll go back to the main venue in a minute. But in the meantime, we can have a conversation between Sir, Chugo and myself very quickly. So again, if you have any questions for us as we're going through the day, put your questions in the chat window. Maybe it's a question about um, you're preparing for something. Maybe it's a career-related question. Maybe it's a security-related question. Maybe it's an AWS-related question. Maybe it's a community-related question. Feel free to put your questions in the chat window, and we will be addressing and answering your questions. So, Sachugo, one of the things that we're planning is that next year, when we have like a similar summit next year, we're
Yeah.
going to have more participations for the virtual audience also. So for one, we're going to try to get like a better network connectivity, better audio feed to the audience, and also um, just like overall better experience for the virtual audience. So I can see Onome Obasa says, West Africa, I see your messages. I look forward to it. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. We're really looking forward to the
Yeah.
next summit. I mean, if the first summit that we're having has this much of traction, I think the next summit, I don't think we should call, I don't think it's going to be called a summit. I think it's going to be a conference.
Conference. Exactly,
Right?
exactly. Yeah.
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 If for a small summit, we have like about over 400 people that
Yes.
registered, right? And
Yes.
we'll
That's
see the
impressive.
numbers at the end. We'll see how many people actually showed up, but that's still a large turnout that from what I can see. And that's the first summit. Come to think about this, when this conversation started, Sachigo, it was a simple conversation of let's get together with a few pizzas, let's talk AWS security, let's socialize together, right?
Yes.
And look at like that's like the idea, and then
Very
it's sort
good.
of like yeah, and then it's sort of like evolved from there, and then it's sort of like very very interesting and stuff. Okay, so Mr. Chugo, I have another question for you from the perspective of people study and people doing that. How long do you think people should dedicate to studying for one of the AWS certifications before you think that they will be ready to go take that? So that's one common question that I get a lot of. So do you think that I should say if I'm starting today, I should give myself 1 month to get ready for like maybe the solutions architect associate or solutions architect professional? Is it 1 month enough? Is it 2 months enough? Is it 3 months enough? How long should I give myself to study for one of the, let's say, associate or specialty level certifications?
Well, it's an interesting question. Well, from my experience, I mean, I'm used to class certification exams. So I would say, for instance, the practitioner level or the fundamental level are quite easy because it's all theoretical. So it's more about domain knowledge of the cloud. So you can easily read through AWS documentation, white papers, and then you go for it. So I would say if you are if you don't if I mean if you have a steady job, 9 to 5 job, you could do that in a month's time comfortably. studying every day in the evening, you can do it in a month's time. But then, honestly, it also depends on have you been working have you been working on AWS. So for a fundamental practitioner exam, taking the exam means that you are still new. You have not worked, or maybe you have worked a bit on AWS also. So, so for the associate level, I expect you to already touched or built something or architected something on AWS for like 6 months or a year, right? Without that, you can't pass it. Because the exam is a mixture of hands-on knowledge, so domain knowledge, specific knowledge, uh, knowledge about technology in general, but then also specific knowledge about AWS Net tool, the name. So CloudWatch, what is CloudWatch? What can CloudWatch do? So, and also hands-on lab. It's about process. Ask, okay, if you do this, for instance, an organization have 2 visual machines, and they have a regional office, say in Abuja, and one server is in Lagos, and one other one is in Kaduna. How can they connect? Which tool from AWS can you use to connect it? You can't answer that until you have already tried it out. So that would take you to take the associate exam would take you like 2 months minimum. 2 months minimum. Knowing that you do a 9 to 5 job, it takes you minimum 2 months.
Yeah. And it's one of those things that I've also. Oh, sorry, you were going to say something.
Yeah, for the advanced, say for instance, if you want to do advanced, is like specialty, security specialty. If you must be a guru. You must be using AWS plus working in security, focused. So even an associate, if you pass the associate AWS architect exam, you can't pass. That's not enough to pass the security specialty, for instance, or the DevOps specialty. So that one, the advanced will take you, it can take you 2 to 3 months, but then only still you must be a specialist doing security specialist things, hands on, 9 to 5, on AWS.
Wow. That's a really, really nice breakdown that Sachugo just gave us right there. So really nice breakdown of what to expect at the different certification levels in terms of what's expected for you to know and the amount of time that it could take to prepare ourselves to get ready for that. And actually, I must tell you this, that my own experience of the AWS certification exams is that they do tend to go much more detailed than what I've seen from some other certification exams, right? So essentially, like to me, I see value in that because I know if somebody has gone through those exams, there's a lot of details that AWS tends to probe into when they ask the questions, right? So very, very interesting ones. They do go deeper. And I guess it's sort of like the culture of like the company, like AWS culture as a company. I was talking with someone just yesterday, I was talking with someone. So, because I'm right now, I'm traveling and that's why I've got like a background and stuff. So right now, even though my house is not like a penthouse like Sachugo, but I'm currently traveling. And I was speaking with someone yesterday, and the person was talking about they did interview at AWS, and they were talking about the thoroughness of the interview process and how it's not just I was involved in this project. They'll probe deeper. The interviewers are trained to probe deeper. So tell me exactly what you did in that, and then and how that happened, and then go a little bit more deeper. And the person was like, it was a really, really thorough process. And I guess that's the same thing that applies to the certification exams, because I can tell that they probe a lot deeper. And it's not just like surface levels, especially like to your point where you get to specialty level, they probe a lot deeper.
Yes, yeah, exactly. You're right.
Yeah. Okay, so we will get ready and then we'll get to the other stuff. So let's see what's going on at the venue. Let's see. So, oh, I can't hear any audio, but I can see that people are in front. I'm not sure what they're in front to do. So let's see what delegates doing. I think are those the winners. I think those are the winners actually.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
wow. Those are the winners of the other quiz. Well done. Congratulations. Well done.
So, yeah.
Yeah, those are winners. I can see the three. Oh, sorry. Chugo, you were going to say something.
Yeah, exactly. It was quite interesting. They're really into this, and I saw people busy with their phone, answering the
Yeah,
questions. Yeah.
yeah. Awesome. That's really good. And I can see that we've got, the top three winners and top three scorers of the game. So I guess that they should be again getting ready to go for lunch. So hopefully we have like all the lunch stuff ready for like the venue. And then what we're going to do is that we are also going to go for like our own lunch here.
Yeah.
Tachugo already has probably like a RAM already, like when you're talking about like what's it called? Um Obi Kubana level, where RAM is flowing like water. That's like Tachugo there, right there.
So eat it with a wedu.
Exactly. So, so that's Tachugo's level right there. So I'll just probably just go get like a sandwich or something. So Sachugo will probably go get again a proper ram with a wedu and everything, you know, get everything all going and everything. So by the way, that Sachugo, like what's it called? Like yeah, like the it's interesting to see how the industry has moved towards cloud, right? For those of us that have been following the industry for quite a while, it's interesting to see the industry move towards cloud these days and sort of
Yeah.
like see that. So I guess before we I can't get like the audio feed anymore for like the venue. So but I am guessing that they're planning to go for launch um, in a few minutes and so. So let me see if I can drop them a message to say, can they check the audio feed? I think probably
Especially talking
okay, yes,
about
coming in
the
now.
AWS community, most
Oh, okay. I think
especially
there's a session
the
coming up.
community user group, what we
So I think there's a session coming up. So there'll be a session by Mr. Imo Etuk that will be coming up next. So let's make sure that we have the session slides loaded. So, and let me see what's Sir Imo. So, by the way, for those that don't know, Sir Imo is one of the people behind this um, whole event. So, it was one of the people that we got together initially to even say we need a security focused group, and it was one of the people that like has done a lot of serious work behind the scenes, getting things ready, planning things, and um, getting things to go smoothly. Late night calls and late night conversation and planning and speaking to sponsors and all of that stuff. Okay, so 1 minute. I know Mr. Imo sent a slide, so I'll just quickly get the slide so I can load the slide and then we can go live to the venue for the final session before we head for lunch. So let's go to, I know I got the slides. He sent me a slide. So, um, 1 minute. So let's go to the venue and actually, I think that the feed dropped again. So I think the feed dropped, but I think they're reconnecting it back again. So in the meantime, I'll just try to get more slide over on the screen so that we can load that. Let's see. So that was sent yesterday. Got it. So I got the slide. So Simon is going to be talking about protecting and securing your AWS cloud environment using Amazon Guard Duty. And after his session, I believe that they're going to have one more quiz where there's going to be, again, prizes to give out again. So, and then it's going to be time for lunch. So let me just go ahead and load that slide. Okay, so the slide is loading. So let's get things ready. Okay. So Satriba, are you following like any in terms of keeping up to date with AWS? Do you have any particular places that you go to keep up to date with all the changes, all the announcements, all the innovations that Amazon comes up with?
Yes, I have these YouTube channels from AWS. So there's one on security, there's one on developer. Also, I follow the AWS papers, documentation, get information on new features or new technology or something like that.
Yeah.
And often when I use the AWS Cloud Portal, often you could get like in the notifications if there's something new, or you can see the new product added, all those kind of things.
Yeah. Nice. That's some really, really nice tips there. So like what I tend to do is I tend to follow certain Twitter accounts. So and I have like key security Twitter accounts that I follow. So one of them, like a guy called Scott Piper, that's really well known in this area of AWS security, and I follow them, and we'll see that. Actually, I think that they're going to the panel discussion from what I can see. So the feed came in now, and then it dropped. So I think that it's panel discussion that they're going through. But it came in and it dropped. So let's see.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you're trying to find your business user group, louder, please. All right. Thank you so much. My name is Olani. My friends are calling to call me MJ, but we know we're starting in classy because I don't have to take any step. But when you get to meet me in the community, you can just call me MJ. So I'm the city of Bashan Limited, I do a lot of things. And somehow AWS just started to action because I do a lot of things in the Microsoft space. I want to talk about that. So about AWS, I think in AWS, I got taken like 10 people. There was a need for someone that likes technologies and I like to explore a lot. And then I always like to see what others are doing, maybe in another space that I am placed in another that. So I decided to get to know what AWS is all about, and then I spoke to some of them. That's all another part of daily that more on my status and those things that are we're also looking at to negotiate further. And then so I'll be interested in this and before I know it was just as well then after when I was a committee leader and then the next I'm boarded and all of that and then a lot of great work. So I was that is a bit of our and then this is about I not very check that make these delegations. But then I'm sure the next because I'm doing something with this
So my person will going to online campaign. So the online, we are all here right now. So why is it very important that the audience is part of the AWS wisdom group? Why is it important?
Thank you. I'll start first by saying that for me, the definition of saving is something that has a common goal and then instead of putting together with a shared vision for them to people. Now, if you have a community, you see some groups thinking of those topics. So for me, for you to join the AWS, one of the things we start to get, one, is what we're doing today, is networking. I mean, you understand learning from the networking offers, getting to see people, and then also getting to learn. Now, another cool thing is you start to get from this community, I'll tell you, staying abreast with the technology and with the new features that comes from the security, and the AWS security features that comes out of. So you get to learn and then you get to be exposed to. You have the opportunity to be in the detail that we have, and then they will put that on screen in a watch. The detail puts that and different detail sections that we have. So you have the opportunity to be able to learn and then network. Other opportunities you have to keep a career, and that's one of the good things. A lot of us want to see how we can advance our career and then move forward. So the opportunity something that you could take here. And your search that are quite very limited or probably be certified as I would say. You have the opportunity for you to be told to say there's particular training that we want somebody for, and then if you are still on that aspect of taking for some organization. You have opportunities also where the opportunities for job really. And then in times you have friends that you make. I understand the other time they ask each of us to go around that network and that's how you have. And lastly, I think the one I love most in is for me to come more and enjoy the as a study for an accountability partner. Someone that I can see or I can look up to that before. Someone that watching my back, especially when it comes to certification, because the only way you can validate your skills is through certification. And most times, a lot of us get lazy about it for having for that of right, but a lot of us get lazy back around that. And then when you have someone with a user community that can be an accountability partner for you, someone that can know you, and they want to have you can challenge you, so to say. Those are some of the things that you can apart from smiles and the vouchers, and thank you.
So the next question is going to Imo. What are the typical challenges the cloud security group is facing?
Thank you very much for my question. So the challenges we are facing is number one is in terms of organizing the user group members. So actually attending the user group study series. That's the major challenge to start with. So that can be overcome. And the other challenges that we have is having a support that we need to cover the target. Because most times we have to not only get the support that we need and based on difficulties in getting that done. So one is getting users to participate in events that are going on, and two is getting the right control and the need for the service. And third one is getting people who are willing to understand as leaders, to give others to understand the video, which is study and get satisfied and move on. So those are the three major challenges that
Thank you. So guys, we can hear so this is the user group are being collected and it's going to get interesting now because yes, we have the full support and let's say the backing of AWS. So don't say the study series that they join. There are so much to learn and there are a lot of professionals that are actually giving out their time. And then we have professionals, we have leaders who are really sacrifice 3 hours of their time and then people don't show up. How do you encourage people to do this? So the user group series will continue and we need you to show up. And I need to CEO in a leader organization and you feel the organization group like us, please reach out to him or reach out to anyone of the group. Okay, my organization is willing to support. This is the way to encourage the user group. Thank you very much. Let's see. So the next question is and a member of the AWS user group. What is that thing that you've learned in the process of becoming a member? You know you're not a member, but what is that thing you've learned? Guys, I think they don't like it. That's why they come up to this. So quick. Okay, thank you very much for that question. One thing that I learned from being a member of the group is having access to resources. There are times you be very slow, you don't know how to navigate the world. So, by being a member of the people, you're not bold enough to take your concerns in the group. You are free to reach out to any of the members, and they are always willing. I think one of the mistakes people make is when you reach out, you're just expecting the person to answer. So if you're patient enough, I think everyone is always ever willing to respond to you, give you feedback when they are free. Just keep that in mind and bear in mind that these people are actually very busy and they are engaged as well. One thing that I've gotten is resources, network connections from and that's been very important. Thank you, Nancy. And one thing I attest to that, if you are not a member, then you're missing. Because a lot of opportunities around and you can never know. Trust me. It is not just by updating your LinkedIn. You know if the technical recruiter is trying to reach out to you, they go to your connection. And you're not connected with people they don't know. So, and then we have another applicant or someone they are trying to coach just like you, and then they go to the person connected to this to start with this. Who will they reach out to? You or the person connected to those they know that are active. So it is not just about when let's say the WhatsApp group, it's about you being active, it's about who are you talking to, who are you connected to. When you post on LinkedIn, I'm just taking LinkedIn as an example. Who are those comments? You are saying, oh, nice one, you're doing great. Like a list of what people are looking at. Those that are in your DM are not just about what people are there. Not like LinkedIn is packaging, but then these are the things they look at. All right, thank you. So the next question is for online market. So why is there a need for the user group? If I'm not a beginner, why should I use the user group?
So I think one of the best things like
they believe there will be some people that just need someone that they can look for, like a go for job for them. But somebody that can even be event for them, that event that makes what you have. So we have stages of training people in the community, and some of them, so you are an expert, so that one people have to wake up to be encouraged that they can take. How important that I'm going to women themselves. So if I think that you have an expert, I also know that sort of actually. So I mean, I read those up my hands. This is our government. So imagine that you are engaging an expert in the aspect. And this can give someone the starting of your career encouragement. Say, oh, I think I want to do that, and you can offer that. So being an expert is something that you do not have something. Apart from leading us on, and also encourage us to develop my life.
Thank you very much, Otman. And for example, what you have said, how I got into the AWS community. One of the leaders that got into you all know her, she had a mentor program for young women, and she reached out to me and said, okay, I've seen what you're doing on LinkedIn, and I would like to activate of the so I have a mentoring program just for women. And then I go to the mentoring program, a lot of ladies from various parts of Africa, Ghana, South Africa, Nigeria. We are just two from Nigeria. And then what's on the thing, the first thing I just jump into your DM, okay, don't think I've forgotten you. I'm checking you out on it, and yes, true, give me that information. So that is it. If you are an expert, there are a lot of people who are struggling and they would love to have you in their corner. If you don't even have time, stop sharing their conspiracy when you are already there to answer all my people questions, make great and try to prepare something. No, for that, I'm seeing what you're doing, keep doing it for a long way. And that's why we experts are not just beginners. Thank you so much for that. So blessings. This question is for you. You know, a lot of people have this conception like about being a member of the user group. They don't feel like, okay, I belong here. So what do you think the biggest conception are about being a member of the user group? Thank you very much for that. So one of the biggest conception of being a member of the user group that you are being a or
So I think that the feed to the all dropped due to some network connection issues again. So we'll just wait till the feed is back and then we'll bring that back online. Actually, you know what? I think that's coming back. So I can see that it seems to be coming back, but so while we're waiting for the feed and to be fully back, let's see. Let's see. So we can see that, and also like we do have like people that are attending and are also joining us. online. Oh, okay. So while we're waiting for that, it's very interesting again to just see like how this community has grown. Like
Yeah.
Imo shared some slides earlier where they were talking about how how it started from like just a few security hangouts to where AWS now officially recognizes it as an AWS user group. So actually, if anyone goes to the AWS user group website, so and if you search there for security, so if you search there for security, you'll see one of the links that you're going to get. You're only going to get 6 AWS security groups globally, and one of the options that you're going to get there is the option for the AWS Security User Group West Africa. So I just put the link in the chat window. So
Wow.
again, that's officially recognized. So it just evolved from where it was just traction, people excited about talking about technology. And then, we just started to gather together, discuss technology, share knowledge, share information, get better within each other, socialize together. And then it's just sort of like evolved to where, okay, we got recognized by AWS. Um, and then we have the support and everything. So now you mentioned something earlier, which is very interesting. AWS has an office in Nigeria now. They have an
Wow.
office in Nigeria. So
That's
that's
cool.
very interesting. Like what sort of like the relationship that you like to see like between like AWS being in Nigeria now and the community? Do you think there's a way for us to like build those relationships together where the community essentially can be sort of like one of the avenues of AWS reaching out to the local community, but also in terms of talent, right?
Yes.
In terms of
Yes.
AWS themselves getting talent to work for the organization, talents that are familiar with their technologies already. Like, how do you sort of like see like how those like relate with each other? What we're
Yeah.
doing in the community and AWS as an organization establishing themselves in Nigeria.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so in terms of talent, for instance, there's a mutual interest from the community responsible for AWS and AWS physical office in Lagos. So proximity, like proximity matters. Like you give an instance about your colleague who often goes to these conferences, but then he got promoted very fast. So physical matter, proximity matters a lot. So in our case, it means that, okay, for instance, we could host this event at at AWS office, local office in Lagos.
Mm.
More collaboration, more to meet more people. And in areas of job, they could say, okay, we have openings available. They can pick one or two talents, well vetted, because for the members of our community, it means you already stated that you love AWS. So there's no question about that. So also in terms of AWS Kusoke, we are trying out, we have some project we are running on. We could pay from people who already have knowledge in AWS to try this product for us, or to be a advocate to end clients. There could be a job opening in that front, permanent or temporary internships, something like that. And it's a win-win for everybody. So that's what I see.
Yeah. I really like it's one of the reasons I tell you everyone why I like having conversations with Sachugo. Like it brings a perspective, from experience in business. I'm not kidding, Joe. I know you're smiling, but it's true. Like, the words that you use there, which is mutual interest, and that is what it is, right? It is a mutual interest in terms of we as a community, we are passionate about AWS security.
Yes.
AWS are passionate about, we've got an amazing cloud platform that
Yes.
you can use to build secure applications to
Yes.
provide value to your customers, right? There's a mutual interest there in terms of we're passionate about this that also happens to fit into what you're passionate
Exactly.
about. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's very interesting. And speaking about like passion, for example, that's something that's very, very interesting. So again, we're talking about that as a community earlier. We're talking about some of the things that we could have done to make this event even better, right? So I know it's our first summit, but some of the things that we could have done to make this event even better. But one of the things that we talked about was, but we have less people that are actually involved in the behind the scenes to get this thing going, right?
Yeah.
And we
Yeah.
talked about that. And part of it is people ask me like, why are you involved in this? Right? Why are we spending like our Saturdays, you know, sitting down, talking to
Yes.
people, connecting to like the local feed. Like,
Yeah.
last night I slept at around 2:30 a.m. because I was editing some of the videos and
Yeah.
editing the slides and getting all of that. Why are we doing this? And again, it's one word, it's passion. I
Yes.
heard somebody at the CEO of the company that I currently work in. He used to be the former COO at Google, and I heard one of his interview, and they said, so he was speaking with a group of other CEOs. So these are not like just he's speaking to like other leaders. And the
Yes.
other leaders were asking him a question as the CEO of Google then. They were like, so what do you look at? And some stuff like that. And he made mention of something. He said, when I'm hiring people, the number one thing that I'm looking for is I'm looking for passion.
Passion. Yes.
If I'm
Yes.
looking for passion. He said, for example, there's someone that came in and the person was like an Olympic medalist, but they were just transitioning into an Olympic medalist, right? But they were just transitioning into this area of technology.
Yeah.
He said, well, I hired the person. He said, because what I see is I see passion. I see somebody that knows what it takes to win. They
Yes.
know
Yes.
that in order for you to win, you have to make all these sacrifices.
Yes.
Have
Yes.
to
Yes.
do all of this stuff in order for you to win in anything. He said, and that's what he said. When I saw, I'm like, and people are like, well, he's not like really fine tuned in this technology. He said, don't worry, he will pick all of those up. If
Yes.
once he has
Yes.
passion, he will pick all of those up.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Passion is something that comes natural. It takes every facet of your body, the emotional, physical, mental, every facet, energy takes it out naturally. It's the willpower.
Mm,
Knowledge, you can always impact knowledge. You can always
mm,
learn knowledge. So these
mm,
are two things.
mm, mm.
Yeah.
That's powerful, and that's
Yeah.
true. So if you
So
know that
for
again, yeah, sorry, carry on, sir.
so for me and you, we own communities like in Azure, right? So
Yeah.
so it's passion driven by technology and also passion about products with what we do. So every Saturday we are running communities and people around us understand it, our family understand it,
Mm,
and they see this passion and they support us
yeah.
and can be grateful, more grateful about this.
Yeah, so true, so true. And that's something that if you think that that's you, you are passionate about AWS. You're passionate about AWS security. You're passionate about not just getting knowledge, which is important, but you're also passionate about sharing, about contributing that knowledge, about helping other people to understand the little that you've understood, even if it's foundational level. You want
Yeah.
other people to understand that, right? You want someone in high school to be able to do what you're doing now, to be able to do that quicker. It's another very interesting phenomenon, Sachugo, that I see, is that the age at which people are doing things is drastically reducing, which is amazing. Like for example, I
Yes.
saw like a Nigerian youth the other day. Um, it has like a community of thousands of people that is enabling on cybersecurity. It has a
Wow.
whole free list of training that is built on cloud security. He's
Wow.
spoken at top tech events on cloud security. And this guy is just 20 years old.
Serious.
Yeah.
Gee.
He's just 20 years old. I was like, that's it, right? Because all the things that it may take you or me or someone else that's listening to us on this video, on this call, five
Yeah.
years, 10 years and stuff to figure out. We can condense that and pass that and help other people to get to that quicker, right? And as
Exactly.
a
Exactly.
society,
Yeah.
that's how growth happens.
Wow.
Hmm. That's awesome. So I think that the event feed is coming back. So let's go back to the
thing. And that's how we are finance around. I don't think in our poultry, the amount of work. But sometimes people get like your part of the thing. You know, so in our poultry, it's a matter of work. But the person is very few and more valuable than the person that is the matter of work. So by the time you're versatile, by the time you do technology, you can teach it various places to take you. So, the last one for everyone is trying to join with AWS based on
Yes, thank you very much. So the last one for anybody that wants to join AWS now is, and if you must control the right connection, you must have the right connection. And what the right connection is joining the AWS research group as we have now, that you join this group and also create your connection. Because AWS, I will not say it's complex, but you never when you have a cloud platform is complex. So you need to have a study group and study me. And don't forget your other skills. Our group, in no way can sustain the cloud without their knowledge. It is very key. So the AWS cloud platform is 100% Linux. You can only utilize the Windows occasionally. So leader skills number one. The right condition and the own passion for any matters. And then it's not before. Everybody is because to have people to have this drive in order to start series. We will have the time for you. I want to encourage you today that you stay up today and always we will not pass any to the right condition and then the right to the talk for the interview. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for listening. We are going back to this topic. Now we are done with this. Thank you. Thank you. So guys, we are going to the next program, and guess what the next program is? Okay, now it's time for us to relax a little bit. It's time for us. So it's time for us to relax a little bit. We have refreshment for us. As little as finish, you have to manage. So we have 25 minutes for relaxation and refreshment. Then we have interesting speaker coming up after.
So I think they're heading for lunch now.
Yes, yes.
So I think that it's time for us to also head for lunch. So let's go for lunch. I think it's about 30 minutes or so that they're going for lunch. But what we're going to do is we're going to take like about 15, 20 minutes break, and then we're going to come back. And I have a little bit more discussion again. If you have any questions, put your questions in the chat window. This is an opportunity. You're speaking to an Obikubana level businessman, tech mogul in person of Sajugo. Ask your questions if you have any question. If you have any question about the community, about participating in the community, you have any question about your study or your learning path on AWS security, ask your questions. We'll be happy to address the question. But let's take a 15-minute break. So when we're back, we'll pick things up. We'll have a final session on career that's coming up. So if you have any questions about career, get ready to ask that. And then there's going to be a raffle draw, and that'll be the end of the event. So see you in a few minutes.
See you guys.
Yes.
outside the
Wizard. The Wizard.
Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome back. So hope you have a very good break. I'm sure that they are having a good break over in Lagos at the moment because they've all gone quiet now. Actually, I think that what they've done is they've hidden the video. They're just giving us the audio feed.
Well, that's one break.
Yeah, I can hear some audio feed, but I can't see like the video feed at the moment. So, what I'll do is let me actually go ahead and bring up the screen and let me send that over to them so they can see that that's what we're getting. So let me just quickly send that over to them. 1 minute. Let's do this. Let's do that. Audio coming in. Displays this. Okay, so I sent that to them to see if they can help us to sort out like a video. But in the meantime, Sir Chugo, what did you have for lunch? I mean, I can see that even the drink that you're using to step it down is not like a normal drink, so you must have had something very interesting.
Well, I had some salad and some fish.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's actually milk to wash it.
Oh, okay.
It's actually cold outside, so
That's like which
I don't know where you are, so you keep traveling. Last 2 days in the call, you say you're in a hotel.
No, so I'm actually like in the library at the moment. I'm in the library, and because I'm working on a project, so I needed some time to focus. So actually, I mean, let me see if I can take away like the background. So I mean, stuff like this interesting enclosure. So if I temporarily take away the background, and so you should be able to see that, but it's like hidden, but just right behind me, all the way around me. So that's the library. So
Yeah.
I'm in circular enclosure, which is
I
all
see.
just circular and just blocked in. So it's like there's
Yeah.
no sound in or sound out. So you can
Oh,
sit down
that's quite nice.
quietly and work peacefully. Yeah, it's like so I came to the university where I graduated from in UK here, and
Okay, I see.
I came to spend like about 2 weeks working on a project that I'm working on. So because concentration is needed, it's a nice room and all the other stuff. So it's a nice room for that.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, so I have some questions for you, but I can see that Mr. Imo is already live and speaking. So let's go to the venue and let's listen to Mr. Imo's session on AWS or Amazon Guard Beauty. So let's see that.
Look at how many satisfied organizations we have. Also, be looking at the use cases and anything that we work. That you can also have this work and integration. Finding public partners, customers, how to widen the name of the buildings and compete with the organization. So, I'm going to the next slide. Overview of the strategy. Strategy was announced in 2017 during the event program. The AWS event program is known as the 11th services, and its core essence is to start with is a critically security services. And it tries to detect some vulnerability in your AWS environment. Some vulnerability could be access to your voucher, and access to like AWS pocket, your BBC, and even the it doesn't find and detect what happens. But we try out to AWS the when you are using AWS and you're working with AWS now, and your numbers in the AWS activity, once you enable it, and also the first day you are presenting, that is to use the first 14 days to study your event, how the head around the what action are you taking to the recording with? And break down what is called findings. So these findings, depending on the organizational needs, use these findings to make the decision on how to get this community. And so in one of the next monitor multiple areas account and how to get thousands of areas account to your guidance. And before that, it will help to monitor and report this in one place. And also, it helps to also analyze pending logs from DSC log and also pending logs. Log as well. So exactly. So how does it work and what goes on there? If you want to enable and monitor, to help you to continuously monitor for monitors and to try behavior. To help you protect your AWS account. So this is what I'm going to this view. It works hand in hand with machine learning to let your behavior know your action, whatever you're doing will be detected and reported as findings. This finding can be exported in some other organization. It's better to stay abreast with what is happening in action. And also, privacy is not just to prevent you. Some report that that also have to hide the guidance behavior. So there is good from being detected by guidance. Because anything that has to be acknowledged behavior is what guidance report as violation of things. So that the positioning kind of detected to potentially guide against one of the right with writing and compromise issues. One from and also the company stand for Akran, but the developers are not saying everyday market. So they get has this detection and security services ability to replace each of the action and analyze that for you. Next one. So like looking at the component of autonomous liability, there is a data sources and also machine learning, risk management and intelligence management. The guideline is to the government network, data and log that has been analyzed and calculated. It will help to analyze data from your long-term log. And now let me use it to log and also very so what is this finding happening in detection and analysis? Everyone, all the reports is giving you as findings. From this finding, you can report to your CLD, to the CLD format, is to analyze and identify and initiate on your business. So we move that to the next. Machine learning, as I said earlier, privacy and machine learning and algorithm, they all kind to detect tasks, quantify behavior, detect probability for your account, and report as accordingly, and enable you to get the decision that you need to make on task. And also, the first important as I said before, is providing to study your behavior. You can enable and disable it. Also, kind of disable and suspend it. If you are suspending it, the findings will not be lost. But if you are disabling it, all the loss will be lost. So you will let the loss. And the next is then you do your trial, you make money. For after the first evidence, you get your pay. This is the vision for that. Move down to this one. Next one. So you have the list management, which is the one of the components. In list management, you can add process IP, you can also add positive that are not made of it. You can add it and the kind of partition is so that AWS will not implement and report as vulnerability in your platform. So in one of the things that works all over the time and also in the report, you can only have 100% IP this artifact. You can have one IP. So we have a target excluding from being accepted as connect as managers and I also a list of areas contain a long list of financial targets on it. You may also 6 active credits at the time. So what's the question is you it is really sensitive. Now secondly, if you activate it, you say to last for 30 days. What if you get it after 2 days? What will happen? Once you activated the first time, and maybe 2 days, 2 days will be deducted from the number of days, and then you can, once you receive a kind of enable it back, it will come from, once you activate it, activate to your bank, once you activate, start whether it was 10 days, the 10 days will come. It doesn't need out. Okay, once you activate it, the possible that you use it. And that's why this is the so how about it? Is what the core of what is. What I to summarize and report about is the security which case was reported for. And the way the report defines the trend level, we have the low, medium, and high. In the high report, the score was from 0 to 8.9, and the report will be 4.0 to 6.9, and the low report will be 0.1 to 3.9. And this level shows you run the some kind of things that are higher than one. So this is what that is here. Like the higher level, there's a really funny that is marked as high to be the level and the practice is our you find out that this report, this level is actually as high, going to work with the and for me, there will indicate that what you see as the position of the results, like maybe for a listing fund or a project. So the low security and funding do not require immediate action. But still, what do we have? This does need something that is supported by one of the before. That is to do internally and recognize at some level of the direction of the organization. And we need them to guide to the next and to put that in no situation. Yes. So we have some this is the one we have the contract like the history like the approach and maybe probably like to assess what history comes from there and all that. So the one that the different compromises is all about knowledge communication. How that is so that if you have a your history or anything, and also we have business activities So that also falls under the impact of also the trend of impact compromise. So we have to talk about how to be and come one so we don't in guidance and COVID is other policy change. And the activity set up some level of and policies. And something that can compromise that. That will be different. But we shall not so maybe someone nothing to easily start and nothing from the cycle. Then next time. So new messages is related to the security operations security. One of the values that your database account is to help to improve the security and also assist security in investigations. You can identify reports, you can use the security identification from there. Right out of the environment, we have to find additionally of projects to kind of history from in all the areas that can be set up and so. And in the regard of information security management. So finding out the state of the companies, somebody comes to the next to do about security or the AWS platform. And the benefit is that it is very easy to deploy by just few days and network and whatnot. So the next thing is the does not require any event. Let's see the solution. You know, you can somewhere to deploy, test to deploy, and then deploy on it. Once we enable it works correctly, if you also have a use as sustainable sense, you can work it out. And all that, then each part and the push block event. We'll talk about that when it comes to integration. It can be integrated with the block, can also be integrated with the AWS topic. The topic that is not allowed. And also support multi-media, like I said, can add up to maybe an hour of AWS account in your own environment, AWS and that to get it. And also, you can be safety of those software. We have 1,000 account, so the safety of those, the only have those that was so it's not using simple, it's paperwork, nothing to depend on the fundament. So, partner integration is one of the major benefits the so that issue an additional benefit. So how it works is worked by you for the level. Then what we level is to continuously monitor your cloud array, normal media activities, and attend to the way that is always on me and all that. And also to detect some threats on your AWS account. And then you are able from the same position and finally to the edge, you go to the same platform. So these are the four steps on how Amazon database works. Next slide. So the integration, as I was saying before, you can integrate with the event, we allow you to define it. Once you integrate it, you can integrate with the forward and it already use every function and target to automate the and automation to be able to make all the so I don't know that we are also integrating the solution like Nigeria and modern one and all. So we are also integrating and say first us, long and second, hotel, and other in the market space. Then finally, for AWS that the first street and for the river. I get to pay for the top and last payment. If they don't acknowledge the top and last, you are not paying. And the top payment is very analysis is not a million and the month. Once we analyze around event, which will be only the data whether analysis is to 1 million. So, this is not flow and very of you know, it can be bigger. One is automatically attached. Then another one is the very was for those of you. They need to get something about to get about pricing in students. You can go there and get more information. Yes. So we have it. The next is called reality. We have updates for the services. And so what they are doing is the components are constantly making the company make sure that those components are guided to public security barriers. Those components are staying up there. And also, Malaysian addresses is the company that is set Malaysian addresses are constantly being updated. And also, contract identities are also constantly updated. The contract is right there in your organization as well. Allow us to online platform and really get something out there. And we then go down to the and then the company that support and behavior. So these are the object one is on the business and so now the partners, in terms of guys, database on the file, and guys are into some of the we have the application and professionalism. These are very hard in the logic, we have the philosophy and all of this. Checkpoint, navigation, and also you have to sexual analysis. We have to be able to the next thing is so these are the ways if the contract is left, so everything is ensure that your environment will are protected. So you have the need to attack the environment, the environment protect. You say it's critical, you have to there and then so customers who are really using the guidance people understand and the project, how I am, civils are really using it. So we don't have to go in here you have a lot of this and do that and then move on. How to deliver and guidance to support your government and prepare the then how do you enable this? Is people just go to your head also under the security and so what they enable and putting the outcome for a lot of them was what they enable is the next thing is to ask the other responses or the action or not the otherwise and report the family and we can have a community. So here, okay, so let me know for the aim. The campus is directly thank you so much for the session. I just want to Okay, and usually the effect over more in the economy. Now the effect of for maybe an income for a resource. Is that okay? Okay. One of them is for incident level one thing and one is question. So we work in terms of activity, works in high relation learning, and then we are in entire security organization report. So how although I'm not implemented, but I guess it's for a particular aspect. Once activated, you choose the environment to scan or to scan everything. For scanning or learning is for the start the account. Remember you have to buy an account, suppose the multi-account account in the integration, if you have all AWS accounts, and this account you have all the activity will be put on the AWS account. And also, if you want to account, if you report, in terms of data, you can a lot of data on your business work in the field, and also you get it and also report data report for business security, in terms of our security, in terms of security, everyone, my name is I don't want to ask. So, that next year, it's part of the day. What are the things you're saying? This is supposed to be I was Amazon have a service and able to stand up on your one. I think if you are investing for maybe like GitHub, right? And once you integrate, so maybe something like cloud formation, which is the can also be better. I'm not sure there's any particular security that is there for understand for maybe open source maybe better control like that. But again, I know that can do that, but you have your we need to go on. Okay, thank you for listening to learn about everything. The link on the screen are linked to some useful resources, and you can get started with the tutorial. Thank you for listening. Right now, what we'll be doing is we'll have another quiz session. So get your keypads ready. You might be a lucky winner. Okay? Okay, we'll do something about that. Let's do it. Okay. Okay. We're gonna do it now. Let us sort it out. But we'll have another conversation. Let us get the other screen on now.
I think it's time for another quiz.
Yes.
So they're heading for another quiz. And so they're currently preparing for another quiz and another set of winners. Actually, they're going to be 3 winners. So let me bring up what the prize
Voucher
is.
winners.
Oh, sorry, what did you say, sir?
For voucher.
Yeah, so it's going to be, let me bring up the quiz for.
And one voucher for exam voucher.
Yes, that is correct. So that will be after Saimo's session. Then there will be. I'm not sure why this is not playing. It's a bit. So the lady was really dancing. It's a really fun video, because like other people around that were looking serious, and she was just like, she was just moving. She was like, okay, I just. But anyways, So there's a quiz that's going on right now. So let's see. So I can see people are already connecting on their phone. And there will be 3 winners of. One person will be winning is an AWS security exam voucher. Second person will be winning a $50 AWS credit voucher, and the third person will be winning a $25 AWS credit voucher. So that will definitely go a long way in terms of like practicing, and in terms of learning, and in terms of development, and all the other stuff. Yeah. So while we are waiting for the result and for the winners to be announced for the current quiz, so mentorship is another thing that comes up in questions that I get. So mentorship. You're like a really, really popular person, Sachugo. Online, I'm sure that you get these messages where people reach out to you and people go, mentor me. I want you to be my mentor. 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 So number one is in the current context that we're in, is things like mentorship. How are those still important in the current context um, that we're in? Like, and if it's important, like how important is it really? And then like if you happen to like mentor people, how do you approach that? Do you just mentor anyone that approaches you, or is it that you look for certain things to decide whether you're going to be mentoring people or not? So this is like about three questions and stuff. Yeah. What do you think?
Well, first, often I get people who ask me to be their mentor. So I think like four people now,
Mm,
different times in different areas. So and that is they ask because they find mutual interest. They see that what I'm doing, what I'm passionate about, they are also passionate about it. So that is important because it will not cost me much energy to to be a mentor to the person. And also that person knows that I will be of value to him because we share mutual passion. We do the same line of work or interested in the same thing. So for me, it's always important to understand where the person wants this mentorship and in what dimension. What are they willing to bring, willing to do? What qualification do they have? For instance, a guy told me he wants to do a startup in gaming, so online gaming,
mm,
and you see that I do things in tech,
mm,
and I have company software 360, for instance, which
mm,
was the first company I had, and he was interested. Okay, as you already have a business, can you mentor me? I have this gaming startup. So the first advice I gave him is that okay, in Nigeria, all gaming for us is PS3, Xbox. It's physical gaming, so hardware is involved. But his game is like online, this World of Warcraft. And so I told him, where is your audience coming from? He said, Nigeria. Yeah, he's in Nigeria. And I told him, from what I know, Nigeria are not Nigeria is not a marketplace. It's not big in digital gaming. Say for instance, I give you an instance like EA Sports. EA Sports is like you could play online game digitally. Yeah, on soccer is huge. It's very huge. So in Europe is huge, in America is huge, but in Nigeria it's not huge because you need internet, right? So you need data and internet to play this game. So when I told him that, wow, he was like, wow, he didn't see it that way. But what I'm saying is actually true. So that's a value first I already gave to him because
mm,
I do know things in that area, and also me uh, being an entrepreneur, I do understand first if you want to offer something, if you want to offer value in general, in everything you do, it should come from the market. It should come from what is out there. You need to solve a problem outside. Any initiative that comes from you for your own self glorification, you will not go far. So, like people who start businesses, when they are looking for how to solve a problem, you make money by solving a problem in the community, in the environment. You don't solve a problem. You don't make money. You're not a good entrepreneur. You're not gonna make money to solve a problem within you or something you think can change your life. You're not gonna make money. There's problem out there, and that's where companies like Microsoft, AWS Cloud are huge. SpaceX, like also Tesla, are huge because they are solving a problem out there in the community, in the environment. So, advice I would give to a mentor is to understand, are you ready to work your ass off? Because to me, working 40 hours is normal for me. For me, there's no bridge between work life. Everything streamlines easily.
Mm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You have to be passionate. So it's like, if you want to do this, is this something you're passionate about? Then you will scale through. But then there's no rest. You need to
Mm.
grow, drill it, and that's it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. So, and from what I got from your answers is that, yeah, you do think mentorship is still critical, and but you also have characteristics that you also look at in terms of like,
Yes.
because to your point, like in some cases, like you can have two people that are perfectly um, like great people, right?
Yeah.
But their
Yeah.
styles doesn't fit together when it comes to like how like in terms of development, right?
Yes.
So for
Yes.
example, maybe someone like I remember a good example that I think it was Sheyi that shared this with me or something. So when he was like one of his first mentors or something like that. So I can't remember who. I don't think it was Sheyi, but he was sharing the story, or it was Mr. Deji, one of the two of them. So they were sharing the story, and they were like, "Oh, they don't like reading books at all. Like I don't even like. I absolutely don't like reading books." But the first company that they worked in, the first guy that they worked for, is like a book person. So in mentoring them, what he
Yeah.
did was he came with like a whole stack of books and went, read this. And they went, oh my God, I'm in trouble. Because he in his own mind is thinking, I learn by sitting down,
Yes.
opening up textbooks and
Yeah. Yeah.
digesting. There's this
Yeah.
young guy or young girl that I'm mentoring that wants to go in the same direction that I'm going. Therefore, what he or she needs is to sit down and digest information from textbook.
Yes.
And they were
Yeah.
like, I just want videos. Do you have videos I can watch? Or do you have something I can watch? But they're like, no, you got to open the textbook, man, and
Yeah.
read the stuff. So,
Yeah.
so the styles are very important, like to what you mentioned. So, and that's something that it's like it takes time to find. So it's sort of like
Yes.
it's not something that's like as straightforward as many people think that, oh, mentor me or do this. The styles also have to align in some cases, and it has to be
Exactly.
someone
Exactly.
that's like, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So, so that's a very, very interesting one. So yeah, so it's a very, very interesting one. So like in your own career, though, would you say mentorship has played a big role in how you've grown in your career so far? Like, and how has it played a role?
Well, I never had a mentor, so to me, it came about that I love technology, right? So, looking at my educational background, I didn't have a technical educational background. So, my bachelor's was international business and an MBA, nothing in IT. But then uh, I've been in IT for more than 10 years, and it came from the fact that I see that the career environment is changing to technology. It must be IT. And for you to
Mm,
go for to be sought out
mm,
continuously in
mm.
demand,
Yeah.
it must be something with technology. So I
Mm.
threw myself in there completely with
Nice.
no mentor, you know.
Yeah.
So and that is and
Pachuku,
that is
sorry to cut you off. You will continue, but I think that we have winners already.
I can
I
see that.
think, yeah, let me bring that out very quickly. Yeah, I think that we have three winners already. So, and here are winners, ladies and gentlemen. They are the winners of the of the quiz. Well done. So we have three winners. Oh, there we go.
AWS credit winners.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I want to know, I want to know from anybody
that's awesome. That's really, really great. So we have three winners, and they will be going with um, an AWS security exam voucher for number one, $50 credit AWS credit for number two, and a $25 AWS credit for number 3. So that's awesome. So well done, winners. Congratulations to all the winners. And it's one of those things also, Sir Chigo, is that there are opportunities for people to still win. Like, so we have like some other opportunities that's coming up. So let me just quickly share that before we move on. So we have other opportunities, like we're going to be having a community study group. So a community study group is coming up. So it's going to be starting the 12th of December and is going to finish 31st January. So we're not going to be doing it every day. It's only going to be 2 hours every week. So just 2 hours every week. So that's not a big sacrifice. So 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. West African time on Monday, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. West African time on Tuesday. And we're going to start 12th December. We're going to take a break in the middle because of the Christmas break. Got to eat the chicken and all the other stuff that we need to eat. And then we're going to conclude on the 31st of January. And for those that are participating in this, for the first 4 sessions, we have a set of gifts that we're going to be giving away based on a raffle. So those who have 100% of attendance for the first 4 sessions, we're going to have a raffle for underdogs, and they have the chance to win the following prizes. The first person is going to win an AWS security exam voucher, second person an AWS security exam voucher, and number 3 is going to be a $100 AWS credit voucher. So that's the biggest amount of AWS credits that we've given out. So far we've only given out $50 and $25. We are going to be giving out the $100. So if you're yet to join the community meetup group, if you're yet to, what are you waiting for? I'll put the link in the chat window again. Head over to the link in the chat window. Make sure you join the community. Like the video that you're watching. Subscribe to the YouTube channel so that you get notified anytime we set up these sessions. And then if you attend the 100% of the first 4 sessions, you have the chance of winning one of the street prizes. And also, we're working with AWS to get prizes given out every week. And also, we're working with AWS to try to get a free certification voucher for anyone that's able to attend over 80% of all the sessions. So we're working on that. So as you can see, that Sir Chugo, you'll also be speaking. You'll also be speaking at the the community certification study group. So I see that you have 2 or 3 sessions here. You have a session on. So can you talk us through like the 2 sessions that you're going to be covering and what you go over there?
So the first section is on the 19th December. So on application security on AWS. So what that typically means, how you're gonna build application in AWS and the security component around it. So you build by secure. So security is paramount. So security by design, that's what we call it. So it can be a web app you want to build, or it could be like a database intensive application. But then, what is the security layer around it? So you're looking at networking, also looking at say the database, how to secure it, all these kind of things. And the other event will be on the 10th of January. So data security on AWS. So for those of you who are interested in as a data analyst or data engineer, how you say you have a data platform running on AWS, how you're going to secure it. So looking at storage accounts, access. So for instance, you have a database configured, you configured backup, site recovery, how you're going to secure it. You're looking at access, who's going to have access to it, role-based access control on your data platform, all those kind of things. Yeah, I'll say you have data you want to ingest, say you're doing an kind of ETL, how you going to do that? And say you're going to use, for instance, API calls to push data from different sources, or you want to give rights or access, so in form of service principal. Do you want to call it like a single sign-on or shared access signature, something like that? All those kind of things I'll be delivering in this event on that day.
That's awesome. That's awesome, sir. And again, we're looking forward to that, and we're looking forward to all the amazing sessions that we're going to be having. So I think that the final session is currently going on. I think we have Ejiro Aremu already. So let's go ahead and let's listen to Ejiro Aremu speak on career discussion before the final raffle, and then before we bring everything to a close.
It's not a good job. Service so it's not need to spend more time, so there's things to show up. So I got this the NSC or social that's why I started with IT security and like a couple of courses. I did introduction to network security, I did data fundamentals, I did database, I did coding and programming, I did intro to visualization and software, and I did now security. So all the 12 or something courses that I was doing, what gave me interest, what I could do with my high skills, all of them was security. Production of information security, we used to security close to at that time. And cloud. The two of them, I couldn't just shake it off my head. Amongst all that we're doing. Medical education is 10 steps ahead. Sorry, I'm in Nigeria, but I'm just so yeah, that aside, I applied for my student permit. I was like, and that was where the whole hangout came in. What did I try? I did not stay, I felt so bad because first in 2 years, after 1 year, I passed everything, and you have no experience. Well, so, yeah, and that passed, and that's when I went back to this one. This will happen to me and this and this was like, okay, so before we apply, why don't we try and you specialize in what you like? You say you like security and cloud security so much. Why don't you talk to Blessing, that's how Coach Blessing and she applied me. Not because she's AWS, but AWS is speaking, AWS is what everybody sees. Microsoft is there, but there's calling of the normal staff within Microsoft. Of the relations now, so I did my research and she was quite right. I kept looking at her profile because I think that she was jumping like this is life, like this is life, like don't care of anything or anything. I need to show my favorite word and be this life. I will tell you. So that was how I started my reading, right? I was just doing somehow YouTube reading and all. I think I really was job. I was fortunate enough to get a job in Kenya and I was in the technical support department where the assistant customers are having so many problems. I didn't like well. I did not like it. Every time I go to work, I not only advising myself or rather I was telling myself, so this is what happened when you don't really make it. So this is what happens when you have to thinking and you don't put the effort. I resigned. After I was starting on task. I don't do the work because that's the process. So I resigned. Yes. And that was where ginger came. I went to I subscribed for Azure Fundamentals. I was coming from Microsoft. So I did Azure Fundamentals. I read for that 1 month past. I said, no, AWS, I will not switch, I will not leave my first love, I'm not a cheat, I will go back to AWS, next time, like that. So, I went back to AWS, and after 1 month, I did CTP, and I passed. I said, okay, that's so much. So, solution architect, let's go. You know, your have solution architect training. I decided to read it for 2 months or 3 months to read for solution architect. Please, I would like to use this video to advise you here that my fellow brothers and sisters some of us are done this exam, some of us are waiting to do the exam, don't try it. Don't use 3 months or 2 months to read for solution architect. To be paid. To be made hopeful. To be made precious. To be made to the glory of God. No, by the way, I can't go. I do not go. We do what? What I can. So, I think the solution architect, solution architect is being part that is who knows what we don't. So, they take that here, the brown here. Now, that's still true. That is that one I think I'm going to write. So, when I say really, you know, like, one of the source I was using for my what I have done so far is that I can tell you this, like, they are two groups. They are Indians, I don't know, they are Indians, so they have to be video tutorials, and then they have to sample, like, they are very good. And I realize that their questions are higher than the exam itself. So, I'm going to any exam I'm writing, like, go to this, and it's not free.
And okay, so internet connection seems to be an issue, but it seems to be back now.
Not simply they are writing the exam, but all my stuff are writing. So, not like I writing the exam, you just relax. So, I don't have your job experience. So, everything that I said, you read that. So, and every other platform would not activate all the many platforms. So, I just it is not easy. It is not bread and butter. But you pay bills and it gives you confidence. Like it will assure you that in this journey of life, you know exactly what you are doing. If you have 100 and 1,000 products and services, and then take you to know a bit about each of them. That's why this specialization is very important. Don't skip yourself. You should specialize in something. They will specialize. It is security specialized. When you are specialized, you cannot do everything. It's not part of all trades. It's not what you do. Don't need to hear out. If you want to try it, you don't get it. I give you a position. So that's how I went and I thought, I passed it. Afterwards, I decided to just keep myself. I always write security proposal, but this security special. But I said, you know what, let me just, because it's not that. It's not for you. So, I think we are looking at I will come to advise us that as much as possible, all people who have been there, my pastor, so we able to stay, go to them themselves and buy for themselves. Like people, there are people who have been there before you. there's something like pride. It does not exist. You are proud. You don't describe it. This is that I'm talking about. I'm not here. I'm not like I think 4 or 5 years. When I put that years in my pocket, when it's someone more, I can't say it out. So I don't know, putting myself out there, I'm still doing it. I'm throwing myself out there again. That's what I'm getting. So my parents go to don't be shy, don't be proud, don't limit yourself. There are many resources on YouTube. You can start from there. You can pay for feedback and all these other things that you require to pay. Try to attach yourself to people who have done it before. Add yourself to WhatsApp grouping. Check LinkedIn. We are here now. You can ask each person, oh, which group are you in, which group are you in, which resources are you cannot exhaust them. Yeah, I dedicated my time, I dedicated my seats, and unfortunately, I saw from my way. It's not that I have to. It's not normal my way that is not good after I then my staff go to it, my enrollment. That's how to start. I shouldn't try to do things that will stress my brain. So after the exam, I divided test, so security specialty. I want to write just one. What is it? I want to write yeah, I mean, I'll see for just 24 hours. Yeah, and then all these like virtual internship because for the job. Even when you are asking for free internship, nobody responds to you. And people to get one when you are under the belt, when you are applying for remote job. So, as possible, we are just trying to know so where you don't get as free as you want. One day going to stay. So that's all I have to say. Yeah. So whenever you do a random video, I think it's like a party from and then the whole thing will make it. I think it's not you know, if you have number one and you are still clear.
Hello, sir.
You don't know that we are all for you are so
Hello, sir. So I think that we
Yes.
are moving towards like the final aspect.
Yeah.
One minute. I think we're moving towards like the final aspect of the summit. 1 minute. Okay, sorry. I think that was just taking a while. So I think that we're moving towards like the final aspect of the summit. I think that what's going to happen now is they're going to have like a raffle draw to
Yeah.
bring the day to a close. So there's going to be a raffle draw, and the raffle draw would be where the top um, 50 delegates to arrive will have the opportunity of winning one of these four prizes. So I'm not sure how they're going to do that. So we'll bring the feed once it gets to that part. So they're going to essentially randomly select four numbers for the first 50 people
Yeah.
that arrived at venue. So there is incentive to be punctual, right?
Yes.
So no Nigerian time will be Nigerian time is not incentivized. So you've got to African time, or however they put that, you've got to arrive on time in order for you to be able to win one of these gifts. So there are four gifts. So the two $25 AWS credit voucher and another two $50 AWS credit voucher. That's the next and final piece that we're going to go through. So, Sir Chief, what's been like some of your takeaways from this first summit so far? What do you think? The attendance and just the level of commitment to put together like an event like this, the organizing group and everything, and again like the venue and the attendance that we're seeing. What's your thoughts like around this?
Well, I think it went actually fine. I mean, in terms of, I mean, you remember what we planned it to be initially, just a small get together, and then we made it big so fast, and AWS came in to support us. So the timing, the rigor, everything is quite amazing. How we put everything together and made it happen. So also the turnout in Lagos today on site. So like me and you were talking this morning about how many people will come, will there people actually coming or not? Yeah, but then from what we see, it's quite huge people there. It's quite a lot, quite amazing. You know, I'm so happy about it, and that makes us happy. You know, we the organizers makes us so wow. There's a lot of people there. That makes us so happy that what we organized, the energy we put, me and you, the rest of other people, was quite rewarding. To me, this is the highlight of my day, I must say.
Yeah, and same for me also. So actually, I think that they already did the raffle. So I think we must have missed where they did the raffle. So they must have done the raffle already. So, but I can see that they've also been posting on social media. So let's bring that up. So they've also been posting on social media about the winners of the vouchers and the different ones. So everyone can. So you can, if you go to the link on the in the chat, so that takes you to the Twitter channel of the community. And here, there you will see that there's been like people that have been mentioned here. So actually, if I go ahead and I get some of these, so let's get some of these and that and this other one. So let's see some of the winners for today. Let's bring them up. Why not? They they deserve it. So let's bring up some of the images for some of the winners for the event for the day. So let's bring these up. So let's bring these up. And so one more. So there's one more that I saw earlier. So I'll bring that up also. So let's bring these up. And so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share some of the images that we have for some of the winners for today. That's okay, Sachigo. So let me go ahead and do that.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and add our winners for I think these are the winners for the quizzes, not the raffle. So these are the quiz winners. So let's go ahead and showcase their faces. So it's doing something, and there you go. So that's one of our winners. Those are some of our winners.
Mhm.
Actually, let
Yeah.
me go ahead and so that's let me go ahead and hide the chat. So that's some of our winners, and then what else do we have? So and I think we have this group also. So there's some of the winners for today, and then we have this group also. The some of our winners for today. So well done to everyone that made it possible. And also just a quick shout out again to the organizing team behind this summit. Everything that you've seen here, like what Sachugo mentioned, it came with a lot of behind the scenes work. It came with a lot of meeting with sponsors, discussing with sponsors, liaising with sponsors, and speaking with different people, getting codes, arranging the codes, late night meeting to get update. What's the update from your team? What's the update from that team? And everyone that you can see on this screen has been heavily involved in making that possible. So a big shout out to all the different teams. Social media team, I must say they've been exceptional, exceptional. The way that gone with the constant promotion, and again, it's just been amazing to see them in action. The graphics team also, anytime that we've needed some form of design, they've just put their head down and came up with the design, even though everyone's got like other stuff to do. So that's awesome. And of course, a big thanks to our sponsors who actually put down the funds to pay for the hall, to pay for the refreshment, whether it's the swag that was given out to the attendees. So thanks very much to all the sponsors. So Sachugo, any final words that you want to share with the people in terms of encouraging them on sort of like their AWS learning journey and their AWS security journey?
Well, I would say the participants have taken the first steps. I mean, in something that is lucrative, something that is huge, something that is evolving,
I like
and
that word that you use, lucrative.
yeah, exactly. In many ways, I mean, it opens different doors for you. So, for participating and sharing this time with us, is so much a pleasure to me personally. I mean, I'm so happy. I mean, for me, this is the highlight of the day. So I'm very happy. My day is already made. This day is already productive. So checked in, you know. Yeah. David can understand what it means being happy in a productive day. You're going to bed, you're so happy, you know. Even if you didn't eat nothing, you know. So this is what this is already a productive day. A very successful day. So
Yeah,
I would say that you being part of this event means you have shown your enthusiasm. You have shown that you're serious to learn and to change your career and to elevate yourself in whatever economic capacity you see yourself. So it comes out to one goal. We all want to be better. We want to better ourselves where we are now, to change
mm,
ourselves. And
mm,
that's human nature. And that means being evolved and to
mm,
learn, to acquire new knowledge, and to keep learning, to
mm,
unlearning and to learn, and to unlearn and to learn. So
mm,
for us, it means that we have more work to do to give you guys more event like this, bringing the best more from us, and to me, where my passion comes from. So yeah, thanks for having you guys. I believe I'll see you again definitely for sure next
yeah,
year for the
yeah.
event.
Thanks very much for that lovely word. And also to all the virtual delegates, all the virtual attendees. So I see Annie, Ononel Bazi, Max, let's see, Max, let's see, Magnus, um, let's see, Kofi, Prabhakar, everyone, thanks very, very much for joining us virtually. So I have put a link to Satrigo's LinkedIn page in the chat window so you can follow him. So I've also added the link for my own like LinkedIn. So I've also added the link in the chat window so you can follow both of us. So again, it's been a pleasure. So I agree with you, Annie. Thanks to Sir Chugo. So he just needs to drop like the funds that we're waiting for. I know that will be great. So thanks very much everyone for joining on. It's been a pleasure. Have a lovely rest of the day. We'll see you at another AWS event very soon. So bye bye everyone. Bye for now.
Bye guys. Have a nice day.
Yes.
Let's have
Bye
you.
everyone.